Oh, you can hear me. Huh. Well, only for a moment. We'll be starting soon, very, very soon. I just need to get some stuff done because I got a little delayed getting in, so it just took me a minute to kind of get around. So, that being said, I will be around in a bit. We'll be starting here in earnest in just a moment. So, see you in a little bit. All right, let's get this mostly started. Although we do have a little bit of an issue that I have to work through immediately. A slight technical issue. So I'm getting an error, and beyond me not having my correct lights on. But anyway, getting an error. You can see me kind of looking up here, or trying to. Too many clients reached, and it's gonna cause weird silliness that is not what we're looking for. So we got to work through that. That's how we're working immediately on. Our overarching goals for the moment is pretty much finish what we were working on yesterday. That I just kind of basically ran out of time on. And beyond that, the objective is to the lighting's better. Is to get the basically get that programming stuff done, and then get basically my final declarative on how we're going to handle this for the upcoming group with the healers. I don't even know. Or my swig of wine. Just started to go down the wrong pipe at that. But yeah, so all right. Let's see if I can. Yeah, so it is actually Steam that's doing it. How odd. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that was easy to troubleshoot. I don't know if that was really a good way to say it solved it though, but because it's honestly either Steam or it's sorry, or it's Brave that's hogging all the handles. I thought I increased that limit by a fair amount too. No, not a big deal for now. It'll be a big deal for me at a later time, but it also might explain some of the weirdness that I've encountered on a number of occasions. So, crackling and distortion stuff like that. Because basically, like watching my CPU kind of usage slowly creep up there, with no real rhyme or reason. Probably Steam not closing things up properly. The current operational guys. I mean, again, it was ameliorated also by reducing the amount of Brave tabs open, right? Anyway, let's see. Where are we at? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Pretty confident that I got this working. Now I just need to figure out how I want to roll out the application of it. That's the challenge part for me right now. Is I need to figure out um how to kind of open up that play for it. Basically, is kind of what I'm at right now. It's like um so it mechanically works. You know, I can test it pretty thoroughly and make it and say, yeah, this works for this implementation, all that stuff. Now it's a matter of rolling it out. Really. Pardon my yawn. My ill-timed yawn. It's a matter of rolling it out. And there's the full 30 posts, right? The builds that need to have that touch up. Now, here's the part that's weird about it is that I don't have, I mean, basically it has to be me that does it at this stage because, well, for one thing, my fellow there, the one that I lean a lot on for this sort of thing, is indisposed for the next week. And when I say this sort of thing, I mean isn't like following through instructions. That makes sense. Like, here's task, do task. And I need, when I say like I need this to be done in a certain way over time, he'll sit down and he'll do it process-wise, A, B, C, and follow the process, and reliably too. But he's out for the next week, so because unfortunately his day job has him burning out. All right, I don't know if you could hear that beep, but that means that my I almost said the engine. My oven is ready for my pizza to get thrown in, so I will be right back. It shouldn't be too much more than just a minute or three, but tonight is already off the rails. I swear, it is off. It is already. Like I was doing good for everything, and then it's just like, oh by the way, oh by the way, oh by the way, oh by the way. Not the worst. Like this isn't the worst sort of like, oh by the way. It's just all right. So I will be right back. And that's, by the way, a lot of my own fault too. Anyway, we'll get to that when I get back. Oh, yeah, I know it's terrible that I said, hey, I'm going to start the stream, and I immediately have to step off for a minute or two to get myself some food ready. I'm human. There's only so many hours in the day. Although one might argue I could have a better sense of timing, I guess. But, well, you know what? Sometimes it just is what it is. So there's a lot of things I don't have control over. So you have control over the fact that I'm about to cause myself some degree of physical duress by eating a spicy cheese stick. Mind you, I like the spicy cheese stick, but I also have an open cut on my tongue, which I can't do much about. Murder and mayhem awaits. Anyway. Yeah. Oh wow. I'm kind of listless today. So yeah. So like I was saying earlier, a lot of it's gonna be kind of just thinking, just sitting there thinking about it, because we gotta go through, and I don't really have a great angle at this. I need to get a way better camera for this sort of thing. My writing utensil. So why do I have final countdown stuck in my head? That's not okay. I do not know where my writing utensil went. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, major part here is that we've got the equipment generation, a level distribution generation created from the original sort of build outs, and then we've got a process that can actually process these things pretty readily. So it's a sort of thing where we need build loadouts in, we can produce stat blocks out, we can produce the equipment suggested equipment progression as well, and combat elements, combat scenarios, and weakness encounters. I have something that can generate the pack and the sum. What I need to do is retrofit it with our current technologies, and we might actually be in business to go back to kind of the same formula that I used before, but just more advanced. Because with before, by the way, where we were at with that was with StellarDragons.com versus StellarDragonGames.com. I did a kind of I don't know, oops, but this was when the model that was available was the models that were available were 3.5 turbo, well, 3.5, but who cares? 3.5 turbo, Chat GPT, the GPT API. 3.5 turbo and 4, and 4 was extensively expensive to a prohibitive level, and so I shied away from using 4 for my initial kind of foray into it. And I was wrong. I was actually straight up wrong to do so. because effectively there, we were able to mass produce or pre-produce content and then go through and process it. But unfortunately, my editorials staff on it wasn't good. They didn't know. Like he didn't know. I say they, like there's multiple people. No. He just didn't know what would the process look like, And so he didn't know to say, well, no to this. Plus, I kept pushing him, and this is the part that's on me as a leader. I kept pushing him because I wanted to get the stuff done in mass, because basically it was if we can get the stuff in mass, we can supercharge our traffic, and then from there we can do what we need to do. Because at that point in time, it was this is going to be our primary income. Like this is going to be the group's like what we're going to do. And though I do want to get to that model eventually as a meta financial position, where still running games become self-sufficient, it's nowhere near there, and it's going to take a while to get to that position. It's just going to take a while for it to be there. And I won't go as far as saying I was naive to think it would be fast or faster to get the boots on the ground level, to get the starting. It's just that there were things that were unforeseeable that I should have been a little bit more keen to. Honestly, should have, would have, could have, right? But because I put a lot of effort in it, from November into March, and then March into well, that was when I was working a full-time job as well. That was fully remote, so I was Virgin. Hey, well met. Sometimes I'll just ramble for hours because I can. So yeah, but the gist of what ended up occurring is, so I mean, I burnt myself hard on during that first few months on it, and this all ties, by the way, back to the modern sort of like lessons learned sort of thing. And so I've produced a bunch of like prompt series that worked with 3.5, but they were lackluster, or rather the output, because it was GPT 3.5, the output was lackluster. But I consider it adequate, and the funny part about it is that honestly, considering the numbers that we've been seeing before Google like cinched down on stuff, it actually looked like we were, really answering questions. I mean, the metric that I care most about, honestly, is time per page, time on page. Because if a person's on a page for a while, that means that they're on that page paying attention to it. If they're there on the page, they're involved, they're engaged, they're looking at the material. It could also mean they just went idle. True, so it's not a perfect metric, but it's a pretty reliable metric for by and large type of thing, right? Which is the best you can get out of any metric. And so our number was going up and up and up and up. I mean, I think it got up to like 5-10 minutes on a page. Now that was because we were using a different model of how the pages were arranged, where it was all the build groups in one group, kind of attached. And so we just that's how it was formulated. And then Google did the content quality update, and it just gone. And after reviewing the materials over and over and kind of like really trying to get my head around it, I'm pretty certain it was because on one hand they were rewarding us for something that they shouldn't have been rewarding us in the first place for, and another hand, we basically got trapped because Google is not an honest company. It just straight off, and they're not honest because they've got justifiable reasons. The idea is that bad actors would take advantage of if they actually were honest about their rules, and that is a line of crap, honestly. The entire it flies in the face of basically what I'm about personally, which is trying to be transparent. I put quotes around it because it's a buzz term, right? But it's more about being honest about what's going on. Like, screw all the buzz phrases. Oh, transparency, blah, blah. I don't care. Be honest. That's the statement. Don't freaking coach everything in political business speak, news speak BS. Don't do that. Just be outright and say, hey, look, what we're doing. or this is what we're not doing, or this is what we're trying to do. You know, I'm not going to pull a bunch. I use generative AI quite a bit for content generation stuff. Why? This is a freaking cool tool, and sometimes it'll catch, like you'll catch spots where you're looking at the stuff like with this is a pretty mundane item, right? Or not a critical infrastructure item where people die over it, but it's the sort of thing where you look at it and it'll say, well, choose this type of item, and like over the build over time, like for example, it's kind of those like duh sort of things. But Mithril is a fantastic armor choice for obvious reasons. Well, you know that, and it's kind of a given, but it does keep on saying the individual wants to use Mithril. Why? Because it gives them armor bonus and it's a lighter material. It's more expensive by a fair amount, but they want to use it. And it's like, that's, all right, fair enough. And it's seeing stuff that's common like that, and then also see stuff that's just pattern based that's not common. I don't remember any of the specific ones offhand, but you'll look at it and go, that makes sense. I've had discussions with Ghost before where he's like, I didn't see that particular one. I mean, you see it now. It's the right choice, but I didn't quite see it. And these are his builds. And again, I mean, his skill set's not in question here. It's more of the ability of the machine to put two and two together and come up with with 4, right? It's just gotten better over time. And so I don't see a problem with leveraging that technology. In the same regards, I don't see a problem with reaching out to somebody who's a duty expert of a given thing and asking them for information or process or material. There's little difference between the two as far as I'm concerned. And some people will hate me for saying that, but the fact of the matter is that the tool, generative quote AI, because again, it's not actual AI, is available. So why not use it? Oh, because you're going to put people, well, they should get better. It's a skill issue. I'm a jerk on this one, right, at this point in time, because of how I've been lambasted and torn and pulled over the coals. At one point, I was more generous on this line of point. At one point, I was much kinder about it. And I'm not going to be cruel about it. I'm not saying, well, they should go at it. No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that you have a tool that can be used very effectively as a training tool. Like you can, if you're an artist, if you're doing the drawing stuff, right? You can say, hey, tool, make this type of thing. And now you've got a template that you can go, okay, I can do better than that. And then you start working on the various techniques, be brush and all that sort of thing, techniques to do better than the thing that you were using as a template. Same thing with writing, same thing with coding, because there was a big kerfuffle about that too in those sections. All of these things, there's areas. The bottom line is there is the option to use these tools to get better and then also improve the tools. That is the way of humanity, frankly speaking. It is what we do. We go from our bare hands to wooden scraps to stone and twine. To what's the next escalation off of there? Better stone and better twine, right? And then to better stone and better twine. In other words, better manner of forging the thing together into spears and arrows for hunting and such, and that includes hunting men, which is a different problem entirely. But still, these escalations that we do, it's what we do. We improve our tools using our previous tools. So-called generative AI is nothing more than just another escalation of tool sets. And so to say at this stage, now when it actually becomes sentient, different question. But we're not talking about that yet. We're nowhere near talking about that. We're talking about a device that does pretty well at putting 2 and 2 together. It's a calculator. It's a very fancy calculator. It just happens to have the ability to calculate how to make something appear like something. It's just calculations. It's one of those ones where I was reading a tutorial about like the stable diffusion stuff, and there's different not models, they're mathematical models. I can't remember the term right now offhand. Let me go fish that out. There's different sampling methods, right? One of the sampling methods is Euler. Now, if you remember anything from like grade school math, like there's the Euler, the thing, I forget what I'm referring to, but there's like the Euler type like measurements and stuff like that. it's literally a mathematical equation series with proofs and all that go with it. One of those ones where it's just math, and it's math that produces and generate. I'm not exactly sure 100% of the process that it applies, but the high level understanding that I have of it says like you basically start with a fuzzy field. You start with white noise, and then you slowly denoise it, trying to aim for a certain image. And step over step, you get closer to the image that you're trying to get. Which that image that you're trying to get is defined by what you see in the text prompt. Versus using image to image style, where you're using your baseline noises coming from your initial image. And so your noise is diffused, as it were, is turned into not noise by applying a mathematical series of algorithms to aim towards a specific outcome. Now, the challenge becomes how you define that outcome mathematically, and that's the wrestling that one has with playing with the models in these regards, for sure. But because they have to go off their sample, whatever sample they're given during their training. But the point of all of that is that it's all just tools built upon tools. These are tools, nothing more, nothing less. And to see them as any sort of crazy anything more than they are, honestly, at this stage, is Luddite. And the thing is, and I'm not saying though that primitivist perspective is invalid in all conditions. Just to be clear, there are certain areas where there's a far better point. It's got solid ground. But I am saying that if we're going to be playing in the modern world of the modern toys, well, looking at the next escalation, it's like calling a screwdriver sentient. It's not how that works. It's like saying, oh, well, the screwdriver is a person. Okay. No, it's not. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I mean, some animists would disagree with me on that one, but that's a different line of argumentum, where in turn now, instead, we're effectively enslaving a series of sentient, capable things, as it were. And although I could go down that route, and I understand the logic that's applied there, I'd just rather not. I would just rather not. There are lines, and that one's a little bit further than I'm willing to go myself. Which again, I can understand wanting to go to those lines, but you have to cut it off at somewhere. And I actually ran into that it was somebody earlier. And again, I won't go into exactly which conspiracy, because I'm not here about talking about politics and the stuff that makes people hot-headed, because I don't. It's not the point of me being here. I've got times and places for that. This is not it. But I will say this though, where there are lines where you have to draw a line of how far you're willing to, shall we say, indulge the conspiracy. Like, because there is, there's people that are conspiring to work on certain things in certain directions. Everything is a conspiracy if you look at it from a certain point of view. But it's easy to let that become the absorbed perspective, and in doing so is deleterious. Because my roommate has a point, which I don't think I'm going to go as far as he does on that, but his perspective basically comes down to like, why do people need to learn trig? It's like, well, because it helps express and discuss certain ideas and so on, or thermodynamics, or quantum physics, or so on and so on. And not people specific, like a specific person wanting to do so is one thing, and that's within his perspective. Well, that's what they want to do. That's what the specialist wants to do. They can do it. Whatever, no big deal. But for the general population, it's not necessary, is his claim. Now, I disagree. I disagree fundamentally, only because, again, having the tools to express the scenarios is important on one hand, but on the other hand, I do see his point too. So. Well, anyway, that was, I don't know if you heard that, but that beep there was in the background, was my pizza being ready for me to go grab. So I'm going to go grab that. Hopefully I don't burn my hands. I'll be as quick as I can. Helps if I unmute myself when I sit down and start talking. All right, let's take a look. See. Oh, what type of pizza? It is a pineapple pizza. It is a Hawaiian style pineapple pizza, which now needs to cool down because ow, that stung. I am one of those heathens. I do like pineapple on my pizza. One of those things. And I am unrepentant about doing so. But I also won't judge people that don't like pineapple on their pizza because it's fair. It's an acquired taste. I acquired it specifically so I could fill my nose of people who are like, pineapple on pizza doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. Yeah, no, actually, I adore pineapples. Though I need to not, and I think I may have mentioned this the other day, but I need to not eat pineapples right now. Yes, I know, I just got pineapple pizza because I ended up biting my tongue. So my tongue is a little bit sore. And pineapples are very, very caustic. But I'll eat pineapples anyway, because they're pineapples. This song is appropriate for... It hurts to watch you talking about pineapples. Imagine the song's about talking about pineapples. That's me with pineapples. I shouldn't laugh. Oh, you know what? I did also fill up my my wine glass as well. I shouldn't drink as much wine as I'm gonna probably drink tonight. I know it's a work night, right? But a little bit of extraneous bit of intoxication. I mean, it's just every now and then I think it's good for the soul. Pineapple apple pen. Song pineapple apple pen. Hurts. I don't know if I want to look that up, but here we are. All right. Pineapple apple pen. We're not gonna listen to it because you know the entire whatever then, but what? You have me confused. Oh, I wrote wrong. I wrote thing wrong. Apple. Pineapple apple pen. Song by Outertone. All right, so already I'm gonna say something. I don't know who Outertone is, but with a name going like that, I'm already feeling like there's a weirdness there that I'm not exactly okay with. I have a pen. I have a pineapple. Pineapple pen. Apple pen. Pineapple pen. Oh no. Yeah, okay. I can see why you say it hurts. Pineapple apple pen. Dances around and then sings English lyrics. I have a pen. I have an apple. Apple pen. And apparently actually, I don't know what 100,000 yen is. I don't think it's a big number actually. I don't think that's a big number at all. But I don't know what it actually is. No, not 100,000. Gosh darn it. 1,000 yen. It is 634 bucks. So apparently he did a music video that cost 630 bucks. Huh. Apparently it's about 20 to 30 grams. Huh. Oh, that's the coinage that was apparently not a anyway, so this is called a rabbit hole that I just fell down. So somehow eating pineapple got into a discussion about pineapple apple pen lyrics, and then I caught my eye that it cost 100,000 yen. So now we're talking about money in the form of yen. I don't know how much further I want to go down this one, because now we're talking about Pokemon World somehow. And also cherries. 100,000 yen worth of cherries. So again, if it's... no, nothing to apologize. Nothing to apologize for. It's fun. It's all fun. I don't mind... you should hear Ghost and I go on and on. Jeez Louise, that guy and I. We can go to some strange places. Of course, when I'm streaming, we try and keep the gloves on, but gloves off is just an entire different beastie. It was some strange, strange places. Okay, well that Quora answer. Oh no, oh no, I'm gonna fall down a Quora freaking rabbit hole. That's even worse. Like Quora's my kryptonite because I enjoyed running down them and also rolling my eyes at answers like this. Because this one's wrong. Um, could I survive with 100,000 yen a month? Well, so they're claiming that 100,000 yen is about $1,000. Well, what I just saw is it's 650, right? But the answer is yes, you could survive at 100,000 yen. Like this says no, but you can survive on $1,000 a month, USD. Now, is it comfortable from generalized standards? Absolutely not. You're not living in a in a normal house sort of thing, or a normal apartment sort of thing. You're probably living out of a long-term facility, like one of the like the super small hotels, right? The motel, like long-term stay hotels are really kind of crappy, honestly. But you can feed yourself. You could probably feed yourself on a thousand. Yeah, you could, but it'd be, again, we're talking, you're eating ramen every other day. Like, you're not doing well. I'm not saying $1,000 is comfortable living. I'm saying you can survive. What do you mean by, like, surviving is not, this person, whoever answered this question, does not understand what surviving means. Just saying. I caught this the other day in like some chat on a random Discord. I think it was an off-grid living type Discord, something like that. A survivalist type, whatever. And somebody made a comment that was like, "Oh yeah, Americans don't know what poor, like what they don't know the difference between America poor and the rest of the world poor." It's like, holy crap. Well, fair. Yeah, no, fair. 100%. Like, and again, it is a where you live. But the question that's posited there is, can you survive with 100,000 yen a month in Japan? And Japan, for one thing, and you bring up a good point there, is itself a country with various very diverse locales to live in, with those requirements that go with it. So fair. And you throw that on top of it's just that claim that no, short answer is no, you could survive on 100,000 yen or $1,000 or $500. Oh, you could, just not comfortably. But what does comfort matter when we're talking about survival? Sorry, that diatribe is completely unrelated, and I'll blame the alcohol. Grumble, 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 grumble. That claim just annoys me. It's like, oh no, you couldn't. Couldn't and shouldn't are two different things. Don't underestimate the capability of people, is what I'm saying, on both sides of the coin. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And that's when we get to that. As I said, the could and should. You can survive with less than you might want to survive with, and can do so for a very long time. So it's that sort of thing, and absolutely, want and need are very much so, two different concepts. And again, it ends up sounding pedantic, but there are certain points where, like, I'll like when I was before I moved out here where I'm at now, ended up I was teaching Sunday school, Now, the relevance of here is less the Sunday school part and more the fact that I was teaching kids. And with that, I was, they're fourth and fifth graders, the specific group. And it's the sort of thing where, again, this is all relevant because it's my my experience dealing with children in a kind of teaching sort of situation. And I was the one that would be like, well, can I? Well, you could, but that's not the question you should be asking me. Because again, it's specific context where the children are coming from, but it's also like, so I know they know better. But it's also like, no. Can and should or may are different beasties. If you're coming up to me and you say, can you? Well, you can go to the restroom right where you're standing. Would rather you not. And you did just go to the restroom, so no, you're not going back to the restroom right now. You meant to ask me was may. Now, I didn't do it anywhere near as much as rough as it was when I was in boot camp, but the Marine boot camp, because I wasn't going to be like that to the children, right? But it was definitely that sort of like, no. Well, can I go? No, not yet. Gotta wait. Now you meant to ask me until you answer this question. What question did you actually meant to ask me? Well, may I? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, go ahead, man. Have fun. Don't spend too long in there though. We're doing something that's important, but yeah, if you need to, go ahead. You're good. Can I? And that's fundamentally. That was a weird diatribe there, but that's fundamentally the sort of situation where it's like, that weirdly enough that understanding goes back to the nature of the rearing of children in the modern generation is the understanding of the difference between a want and a need. And I'm not making a claim about modern parents because I don't know, I'm not one. But what I can say in earnesty is that it is important. Yeah, that's one of those things where the basic training elements, because that's what Army basic versus Marine boot, is designed to break people in a manner of speaking. So it's one of those spots where it sucks. I mean, I jacked myself up there too, but I didn't not as much as some folks though. I know some folks, some Marines who literally like broke limbs, like broke their leg or whatever in the process, or I still went through with it, still finished it. Yeah, like, and I mean that like I believe that the army, the soldiers would run the same thing. I don't know the specifics of army. I didn't go through army basics, so I won't comment about the specifics other than just the high level understanding. I don't have an experiential understanding. But I do know that there's equivalencies between, and probably greaterness because Marines, right? Hoorah. I will say that the nature of the training that's involved is built to, well, as I said before, to break people. Like once you've done the spin up phase, the goal ends up being for a testing phase, and that testing phase is indeed to see how hard you can hack it. And that does suck. Don't get me wrong, and it's one of those like, for what it's worth, I have all the compassion for being broken and as a result of the circumstance. But the difficult part about this is that it's better that the person is broken and moves on than stays around and isn't. If that makes sense, or is an issue. That's hard to say. I feel wrong saying it. Fair. Yeah, it's one of those spots where I feel wrong saying it. Like I don't want to say it because I sound so cruel and dismissive of suffering, and I'm not about that. Yet in the scenarios that these folks are training for, preparing for, be it a direct combat or not. And that's fair, but the problem is that it ends up being my place to comment on it, which is annoying. I'd rather be able to go, yeah, it's not my place. But it ends up being my place, but I'm very cautious about it because it's like, it's messy. It's messy. But it's one of those like, but the honest truth is that if you can't hack it, you can't hack it. And it's better to find that out and move on than to hold a unit back and be that guy or gal, as it were. So just it's one of those ones where it's like, but also compassion. You know, it's like, oh shit, that sucks. Like, this is the fun part about that. It's both like, shall we say, ethical calculus to the matter. You know, the needs of the many versus the needs of the few, and that sort of thing. Ooh, fun. But plane mechanics stuff. Actually, I did. So I was with the wing, the Marine Wing Communication Squadron, and so I didn't do the plane stuff or plane mechanic stuff, but I did data stuff. Oh, fun! Yeah, I actually caught recently a if you're familiar with the Y-Files, they talk about the conspiracy type stuff. He recently did a thing on it. Well, recently, I don't know when he actually pushed it, but anyway, he did a thing about it where he got pretty intense about it. I don't think I had any family that was in Vietnam. I don't think I did, because they would have been too young or too old. Because my grandfather was actually in Korea. He had some fun in Korea. Oh, that guy had some fun in Korea. Also had some trauma too. Talking about that's gonna have me have another glass of wine. Yeah, no, that. Oof. Well, and it's one of those parts where, yeah, the Agent Orange stuff, which, yeah, like one of the parts that are, sorry for kind of splitting around because the alcohol is starting to do the alcohol thing, but the Agent Orange, as I understand it, that ended up getting proved as being harmful in the manner as discovered, as it were, well before the usage ceased of its use. And it was actually acknowledged by the government that it was causing harm before it was stopped. Well, it's one of those ones where, you know, you get kind of, I don't want to say it, there's a call to it, you know, where you gotta get kind of pulled into it, where in order to do it, you gotta get pulled into it, in a manner of speaking. Part of me says it's a good thing, you know, that URA military service. Again, I use specifically URA Marine Corps terminology because I'm, you know, it's baked into me at this stage. But part of me goes, I would not in the modern day recommend that a young person join the military. Not because there'd be an opportunity to go fight. And I do say that as a more of a positive thing than a negative thing, believe it or not. I know it's messed up of me to say that, in a manner of speaking. But I'm also going to have to go a little bit on deeper principle elements and say there is no greater love than this for a man to lay down his life for his friends. Now, when I say man, of course, just to clarify, person, human, you know, a person who is conscious and capable of making decisions, an individual, right? Now, I say that and say it is good to be willing to do so. The military encourages that behavior, on one hand. But on the other hand, when we start talking about what these behaviors that these folks are, like the organization on a wide level, encourage, and the inherent manipulation to it, as well as the utilization of our military in ways that they're not meant to be, as social experiments, prior to establishing and implementing them upon the world at large, not just the country at large, but the world at large, I end up in a space where I have to discourage the behavior of joining the military, and rather would encourage one to, should they be of the cut to do so, to prepare for when that military fails them. Because it is in my opinion that the likelihood of it failing is significant. Now, I'm not going to necessarily, in this context, speak of all the reasons why I believe that to be the case, but I will say that there was an event last weekend that really points something out, and not get too far into it, because again, we get that, then we get into modern politics, and I don't feel like modern politics. Not for this schema. I've actually shut somebody down because, man, it was weeks and weeks ago, months ago at this point, but I shut somebody down because they were trying to do that in this kind of schema, and it's not what this is for. But I also can't not say that, honestly, I would discourage the behavior of joining the military at this point in juncture for my own reasons. Now, I would also say I would encourage an individual to become more self-sufficient, but I would discourage the military. Maybe I'm short-sighted for that, though. What you can't see behind my glasses right now is a 1,000-yard stare going on. And so yeah, so I want to move on to a different topic because I don't feel like feeling angry right now. Oh, I'm willing to, like me, it's one of those spots where for many years I'm a tech. I do technical stuff. I'm definitely gonna allow the segue out. I'm a tech. I'm a, you know, tech. You could argue that I'm an engineer of some sorts, but I don't know if I want to necessarily adopt that particular moniker for various reasons. But you know, I'm a technical person, a very technical person. I mean, heck, I've got a screen that has code up there for a reason. Now, I will say this, that if you haven't already started playing around with it, that LLMs, this conversation just went full circle back to it, that LLMs as a tool for writing is a phenomenal tool for writing. Not to lean on it purely, but to utilize it, you know? It's a good tool. Good tool. Yeah, again, I do want to take the moment to apologize for the segue. I just, or the ramble and rant. It just, yeah. You can enjoy the art on a website and enjoy it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I just kind of, you know, categorically with the streaming thing, I just kind of like said, you know what? Let's just do it. And I don't think you've actually seen the other part of it where I'll leverage the DALL-E stuff and to utilize it. It's kind of a funnel thing right now. I'm trying new processes. They're kind of not working very well. If I'm being honest, it's a skill issue, but it's all learning skills. It's all. Oh man, I should not drink as much as I am right now. The funny part though is that no, no, nothing to apologize for. Again, nothing to apologize for. It's one of those ones of like, it's why I stream it is because there's, you know, multi levels to the why. The why I stream it first at opening is I'm gonna do the effort towards it anyway, and I have the rig and the setup to do so. So why shouldn't I do so? And then layer on top of that that it gives the opportunity for exactly kind of what you hit on there, which is in this context, because there are other contexts, right? But in this context of the how things work, the bits and all that, is that plenty of people, well, that some people, you know, would, was the hypothetical. So effectively, and I'm going to say this is not corny as I'll get out, but effectively, it's designed for someone like you who goes, well, how does the thing work? Oh, here's how the thing works. Or at least on the conceptual level, this is this, and there's all this learning that's done there. Even if it's not necessarily implemented, hey, well, who am I to? It's gonna be weird for me to say it this way, but who am I to not share? Why not? I can. I'm not doing this. I'm going to say this overall. I'm not doing this because I'm not streaming because I want to have all the attention and all that. I don't actually care. Again, I'm going to do the work anyway. And what I'm doing there with it is just the chance to build a community, a chance to have people around that have kind of a passion shared in a certain direction. And there's certain areas where there will be friction because it's the nature of people, right? But it's just one of those ones where it's just like, you just broke my heart, like in a good way, right? That one right there, just so you know, like that you hit the heartstring. That I appreciate you, and I appreciate you saying that. Is what I'm gonna say. I do. I deeply appreciate it. An emotional response, and part of that is alcohol. At this point, I'd be better at curating it if I weren't a little intoxicated. But this is time off, so I can drink if I want to. But it's also I'm honestly, it's the goal. It's the goal, and you got me in a spot where my words fail me because it means that the goal is at least starting to maybe be achieved after a lot of setbacks and a lot of real bad setbacks. Hundred percent. And I appreciate you again with the willingness to do that. I also I was thinking about that the other day where our initial interaction, I was probably a bit too, not pushy, but presumptuous, and I do earnestly apologize for that presumption, because the presumptuousness was well, you asked me this, I'm not going to take money for it because I don't think I'm worth it. I think it might be worth it eventually, but right now I think it's not. I think that it can do stuff. I think that we could. But I don't think it's there yet. I mean, because like the thing is that what you detected is something that I kind of kept a little bit on the side. Is just how hard, like the lot of us, and not to overplay my hand, but to say that just how hard I personally have worked on the processes in the back end to make this thing happen, and it's not even great, to be honest. If I'm being honest, like in my opinion, it's got so much room for improvement, and I'm trying, but I don't know. Sorry, that's weird. I don't know where I was going with that, but I still don't think it's shall we say production ready. But not being production ready doesn't mean it's not ready to help somebody who's asking for help. But no, you've been no. I'm not gonna allow that. You've not been pushy in the least bit. You asked a question. You were forward with your question. You put a request out there, and it's ballsy, but it's ballsy in all the right ways. pardon my usage of the term, all things considered, but it's still it's ballsy in all the right ways. It's the right way to be. You had something out there that you saw, you're like, this is neat. I want to see if this is a possibility. And you ask, like, what do you want from me? Like, that's not like, and the thing is that so let me contrast this. I don't know if you saw it, but then I've gone on about it before, but there was this fellow that came in to the server and mentioned the admin straight away. Like, admin group. Can I talk to an admin? Like, they'd been in the server for like 5 minutes or something, 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. And they immediately mentioned the admin saying, can I talk to an admin? Contrast without even putting like an intro, like in the introductions or anything like that. They didn't do anything there. They didn't do an intro. They didn't bother even like looking at the rules. They didn't like do their due diligence. They didn't look at who the server owner was. Me, you know, they didn't look at. No. Because that mentioned the admins and say, okay, that's good enough. That's being too pushy. Contrast that with yourself, whereby you came in and said, hey, I like what I'm seeing here. I'm this person. You already did. I believe you did the intro. Even if you didn't, you did it well enough. You interacted with a little bit, and you went to me and said, "Hey, this stuff's cool. Could you do?" And you came with a specific request. You came with a specific request. See, that's the difference between being pushy and inquiring politely. So 100%, like I said, I ain't gonna allow that one because, simply put, beyond you have nothing, like, you have negative to apologize for. You have accolades from me as far as I'm concerned. Like, you did well there for what it's worth from this random internet stranger, because you came in with a specific request, kindly, and specifically to a specific person, inquiring specifically in regards to the situation at large, specifically referring to a matter that was something that I would be aware of. So you showed courtesy, you showed kindness, you showed patience, you showed understanding. That your nature of your request was all of those things, as opposed to, can I talk to an admin? Night and day difference between the two concepts. So feel good about that for what it's worth. Again, from this random internet stranger, feel good about that. And I do mean that. And that's not the booze talking, it's the booze enabling it. But that's been my opinion. Like I said before, I was thinking about it the other day and I felt like I was wrong because you've been so great. Because my objective on like interactions is to only give as good as I get. Hey, you know what? It is what it is. Like I said, I only give as good as I get. And if I get good, if I get well, then I give well. If I get crap and I get crapped on, I give crap. It's give and take. And I've become a master, dare say I, of that. I'm doing it quickly because of the travel. Anyway, but no, cheers. It's how to be. The thing is, the way I look at it is that although I try and present the best foot first, right? You know, I try and present that sort of the good ideas, shall we say, the nice ideas, the kind ideas, because that's what the world I want to live in. I also won't tolerate bullies because I don't want the world that they want to live in. I want the world that I want to live in, and the world that I want to live in is where kindness, courtesy, love are the principles. And there are many ways that we might reach those directions, and we may disagree about the details. The details, though, aren't relevant. And so, to the topic at hand with Starter Dragons, it ends up being a space where, starting with, and this is going to be like a weird high-level, like philosophical tryst, and pardon me if I alienate via utilizing theology, but it is kernel if you haven't seen it already, to whom I am. Not my organization. My organization, I've actually been asked about, you know, as we're trying to launch and doing stuff, if we're going to push towards putting towards charities. My opinion about that on a corporate level, shall we say, and we're not incorporated, we're not an official LLC or business yet. we act as one, but we're not there yet. You know, licensing and stuff like that hasn't happened because what money, right? But the idea is that starting with, and I'm going to say it this way, and I don't like the fact that I'm going to say it this way, but I can't say it any other way and be honest. Starting with my core group, you know, the staff, my folks, you know, the people who I know closely and kindly, and who have, you get a lot in a good position. That means a bunch of things. It's complicated. It just doesn't mean just fiscally. It means a whole series of, you know, but that's a, shall we say, my problem, our problem, the group's problem. But so the details of the group's problem. But the idea is there. Now, from there, utilizing the skills that are available in the team, what can we do to serve using the resources we have? What can we do to help with the resources we have in this sphere? Again, it's this sphere that we're talking about. Gaming. Right? What's a niche that we can kind of play with, like you said before, or what's it? And so from there, the goal becomes to start kind of feeling for where we can. And we got this, you know, the plethora, this huge library of builds, right? As a baseline sort of product that we can kind of go with. But where we can develop from add on from there is actually where we go from there. Weirdly enough, it kind of dovetails into your request. We're actually preparing for your request implicitly. So the primary goal is to basically take the builds that we have and then be able to package them in a manner that honestly, and again, yours would be just a showcase of, hey, here's this cool stuff. And if we end up down that road, so we'll get into the mechanics and the legalese stuff and all that, like the agreements that be required for IP concerns a lot. That's way down the road, so don't worry about that for what we're doing right now. Again, that would be its own sequestered. Like I said, I need to kick my ass and get the sequestered part of the site done for that sort of thing. But I'm talking specifically for Ghost stuff, because he and I already have those agreements there and those understandings there. But the gist is that you would take that, we would take that and then be able to, on the fly, create quality, or at least decently quality, thematic profile pictures from basically kind of like generative prompts. And when I say we would be able to do this, it's the sort of thing where we, you know, my expertise, hopefully having built up on this, would be enough to get it across that line to figure out the ins and out to make it for Ghost builds, and then have a character sheet that's fully fleshed out with Ghost builds ready for use, and have them basically sell them on RPG, drive-through RPG, as 5 packs of like the characters, and maybe do multiple builds with it, maybe not. I hadn't really figured out which way we wanted to do that. But where it was going to be PDFs of like, you know, interactive PDFs, and possibly interactive, like to where it could go into D20, into what's the name of the thing? Roll20. There we go. Go to Roll20, possibly Forge, and just like make those files and inject them easily. And then now you have you have these pre-built characters that can be used in this manner, and that's useful for both DMs and players. It's targeted at players, but honestly, it's a DM level product too. You know, because again, it's pre-made characters, which what DM doesn't want for good pre-made characters. And then you can in turn go from there. One of the other things we are developing out is an adventure pack. This is actually Ghost's idea, but an adventure pack, and then like an adventure module so that you can actually kind of package it, put together. The one problem is right now is that we have, you know, Ghost, who's the specialist on doing that, and I need more. But anyway, the point is that, so back to the initial offerings idea, is that one of the ideas is to take these things, and again, when I specify, I got to be absolutely clear with you. Your stuff is sequestered away from this because it's all about what, you know, Ghost's done, but make it such that so the aforementioned character sheet profile pictures can be applied to adequately to like Discord profile pictures. I don't know if people still use AIM, but you know, like the various profile, like basically do packs of profile pictures around certain themes. We started a prototype of that, but it ended up falling to the wayside for a number of reasons. But like to start doing like build out profile pictures, right? And put them in like little groups that are, you know, whatever small amount. Like it's the microtransaction sort of notion, but it's like, well, you know, hey, throw us a quarter and here's a pre-made profile picture that's cool, like that sort of thing. Which again alienates people, and I was waffling on that. I still am waffling on how to handle that one, but that's one of those elements that was there. So, like I said, ultimately, your ask, unbeknownst to you, was completely in line with directions that we were already, and I was already navigating towards, that we were already pushing towards. Yeah, no, cool, and that's the thing. And again, that goes back to that circles back to the meta point for all of this is for the funsies of it. So all that other details, all the other information is just me just rambling. and no worries about that. I totally track you. I just one of those like that response was to the no, but again, it wouldn't be just for you in this concept. It would be, like you said before, a pilot, because I don't want to use the term guinea pig because that has bad implication, but a pilot program application to the nominal notion of extrapolating it from there. See, that's where we're at with that. And that's actually some of the internal talks that we've had where, we had the meeting on Friday, right? Which I say that, right, as in, because I mentioned it, I said it. For kind of like the in-house group stuff. And so yeah, so that was where I had actually asked Ghost to take a look-see and a work on what you provided. So that's where that goes, because I want to be properly reactive. So therefore throwing it at Ghost to get that worked on, so he could actually give you solid like reactionary advice to the information there. Was the best first thing I could do for you, because you guys were already talking about it, right? So it was the sort of thing where I was like, I can take that situation, take that momentum, and really help you there. I mean, a little bit of the unasked sort of help, sure and fair, but it's also one of those like, well, no, I see a need that needs to be that I think that one of my group can meet over and above what I can meet, and therefore I'm going to do so. Actually, ironically enough, like all of the work with like what we've been working on, with all this stuff, actually routes back around to the visual stuff. I'm just kind of going slow because I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying new techniques that are kind of not really working as well as I hope they would. Still gotta figure it out. Actually, what I want to do is I want to get a freaking proper server for dealing with the stuff, but I mean, I guess I could probably rent server space if I really wanted to, but I don't really want to rent server space. I want to have control of it myself. Considering what happened, over the course of the week with whatchamacallit dudes. I'm still laughing at it. I shouldn't laugh, but I'm still laughing at it. So. Oh yes. I think that I can get back to where I want to be. And I don't know if you already saw, we actually already have the tomb feet. Interesting. What was I saying? I don't know if you already saw that we have that we already have pushed out our Dread Necromancer series. Which is one of the craziest parts. I gotta say that the Dread Necromancer has been like clickbaity. Like for the amount of people that for like traffic drivers, the Dread Necromancer is insane. In fact, yeah, it's actually right in front of us, isn't it? It is in fact right in front of us. Look, okay, look how much I'm looking at the screen. I'm more focused on what you're talking about, and like thinking about uh the processes that I'm looking at that. I'm like looking at like the spot. You can't see me pointing at it. I mean, you can't see the text, but where we're already generating most of it in-house, not using the third-party tool that I've been using. And I feel like that we can do good stuff without relying upon that third-party tool. The third-party tool is good, by the way, but I need to still get that the thing. Oh, that's fair. No, I know you are. I know, like, look, I picked up what you were putting down. That you're just elbowing. I get you. I get you. I get you. Even though it's only in text, I get you. Um, all in good faith or good fun. Good fun is the word I want to use. Why did I say faith? Good faith is true too, though. It's good. It's positive. It's good vibes. Let's see. So there's this problem, which I'm not working on right now, which Ghost keeps on pushing me to work on, but I don't have the energy for that one right now because I got to go from the docx income to the process. And right now, I have somebody manually doing it, kind of, sort of, but they haven't been doing it because they've been doing the easy problem, not the hard problem. Which I understand why they've been doing the easy problem, because the easy problem is the easy problem. But, oh, I did get this one done. All right, so let me get that erase. Batch upload, good. I cannot write right now. Batch upload. Shit. Why are you making noise, phone? Oh, I didn't even charge my watch. I've not even charged my watch. Gosh darn it. Then, like I said, I couldn't play with, and then it didn't have alpha. Well, here, I want to play pure sport. Groovy, groovy. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, and I think the healer builds just finished out because yeah, we're on the back totem, yeah. So the healers, and you actually made mention that you were working at that you were looking at the healer stuff. Yeah, the 5 build healer group, so which are the 5 builds. I don't like the name of those fellows, but the healers are pretty intense. All said, for the builds that are presented there, those healer builds are actually pretty neat. Um, it's weird. You get in this weird spot where you're like you do the build and then you move on. You do the build and then you move on. It's like, and when I say you and this kind of, I mean me like processing through them, right? Um, they all kind of like blend into this milieu of all the things at once, which is sad. That is extremely weird when I see that happen now. With the where the purple line and the blue line cross, because they shouldn't. I mean, I guess maybe they should. No, they shouldn't cross. Why did the music? Huh. Yeah. So I don't know what I was saying before I got distracted by the music stopping. Is that it's really weird to me though. Like, I don't think it's supposed to do that. Or maybe it shows that other parts are working, other like the promo stuff is working or something like that. So I feel like I didn't adequately answer or respond to you there about Hexblade. Well, no, I mentioned I was speaking about the healer and the healer because then the comment was doubling down on the healer. So I feel like I did adequately attest to it, but I'm not sure if I did or not. Pardon me that again. I said this a while yonder, but pardon me if I'm losing fidelity. But you know, I am a little intoxicated, and I'm at that point where I'm starting to lose fidelity, my own internal fidelity, which is the entire point about the drinking a little bit today. Yeah, the motherboard build is specifically kind of crazy there on that. I'll indulge it. Yeah. Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad that we can definitely help in that sort of nature of that beast, because that's one of those things that, again, just throwing them out there is about like trying to get in a space where people find it useful. Now the question is, do I continue drinking like I'm in my 20s, or do I be a reasonable adult and stop? Now the problem is that when you're at the point where you're asking that question, you're probably too far gone to really care about the answer. Simply because of how I phrased the question. So you want to see how I am when I get sloppy drunk, just to see it. I see how it is. Well, I mean, work is technically in 10 hours from now. Is it 10? See, it's 10 now, so to midnight, 8 hours. Yeah, 10 hours from now. Yeah, I can still do math too well, so that means I need more alcohol, right? That's how this works. If I can still do the math, that means I need more. Yeah, I'm convinced. I'll be right back. Yeah, no, the thing is that honestly, I'll be fine because I'll be fine. Like, what's the worst that happens? I'll have a mild annoying headache that I'll just have to like ignore as I'm doing tech stuff. As long as I don't do what I did on Friday, I think I'll be okay. And I don't think there's gonna be opportunity for that again. Long and short, well, you know what? I need more alcohol to tell that story at the moment. So I'm gonna go get more alcohol. Right back. Oh yes, I am back. So yeah, yeah. So what did you encourage? You encouraged a Marine to go get more alcohol. Effectively, what's the word I'm looking for here? Well, it's one of those like challenge accepted sort of moments, to put it politely. So that's how that works. No, it's fine. And actually, after the little bit, because I only did like the standard, like the actual standard bit of a serving of alcohol in this sort of cup, not the full thing that I tend to overdo on, but it's the sort of thing where it's a touch, So yeah, for the story. So the gist of it is that on Friday, I get into the office, and the way that it's set up is that there's a workbench, and there's me and my coworker that's also a contractor that just started there too. And we, sit and chat, whatever, day in, day out. Well, I come in my perspective. There's a dude who's sitting in my chair, or about to sit in my chair, and like the process in my chair just as I open the door. And I just came in. I'm running a little bit late. I'm like 5 minutes late. I'm not, it's not like a bad amount of late. It's a little late. It's not like insanely late. So it's one of those ones that at the worst case, like, hey, you need to stop doing that, sort of like nothing more sort of thing. It's not again, it's like 5 minutes late. No one cares. And considering that I'd been putting in extra, basically unpaid effective time. Well, so the dude guy is sitting in my chair, and I'm like, you can't sit there. I said that quietly. I don't know if he actually heard me there because it was a bit untoward. I'm like, that's my chair. And that I said loudly, that I enunciated. Like, that's my chair. He looks at me and he has this deer in the headlight look. Like, WTF. Like, yeah, it's your chair. Okay. Because I must have looked like I was on a freaking warpath. I was just like, that's my chair. I'm literally looking down at the fella because he's sitting down in my chair. I'm like, yeah, that's my chair. Well, he gets up, and I'm starting to kind of come to a little bit because I'm starting to actually sip my coffee because it was the sort of morning where I was running a little bit late, so I didn't get to drink my an adequate amount of coffee before heading out. And I'm looking at my fellow there, who we've grown fairly close over the times because he's just the cut of the sort of person that I am, right? I mean, and I mean that as in both the worst and best possible ways. I've gotten very good at making first impressions. Now, sustaining those impressions, I won't call myself good at, just if I'm being honest. But attaining them, I'm pretty good at it. If I do say so myself. Except when I'm not really paying attention to them, and then I'm just an absolute jerk. But that's beside. So, back that up. So really good rapport with the one guy, and I'm watching him out of the corner of my eye, and he's giving me, and he's a sort of fella. He knows how to hold himself. So I respect his perspective on things, like physically, like I can see how he reacts to the situations, and he's got a good beat on how to react to circumstances. Now, of course, I'm a bit blasé myself, but it's just me. So he's giving me all of the nonverbals that are saying very strongly, what the hell are you doing, Laucivol? Sort of nonverbals, right? Like I said, he's like giving me all of the things of, this is somebody who we have to respect here. And I'm just like, yeah, but he was in my chair. And it's the first thing in the morning. I just got in. I haven't drank my coffee yet. I haven't had time to look over my daily emails, my daily calendar, all that stuff. And this fella has the gall to sit in my freaking chair. Was my response. Again, all nonverbals, right? And so I quickly realized, though, that this is a fella that I'm supposed to defer to. Well, it turns out, long and short, is that he is my boss's boss that I just told to up and get out of my chair. Now, it's not a big deal. It's not. It's a silly, like, tongue-in-cheek, like, ha 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 ha, you told the boss's boss what's for, that sort of thing. Now, that in mind, it's still one of those things where until something stupider happens, I'm not going to live it down at work. I say all that to say this. I don't actually care, because it was more funny. I'm pretty certain the fellow in question doesn't actually care, because it was pretty funny. And it was funny to me that he had, like, literally, like, it's the sort of situation where it's like, who's the boss in the situation? Oh, he's got the title, right? I'm just some random jerk-off contractor. But I was the boss in the situation, because he was sitting in my chair. My chair. You don't sit in my chair when it's the first thing in the morning and I haven't had my coffee yet. If you're familiar with it, and let's see the best way to do this. If you're familiar with it, I have that. I think I just actually sent it somewhere, didn't I? What's the name of it? Oh wow, brain. Repo, the genetic opera. Not Repo, the blockbuster or whatever. No. That tried to ape off the ideas of Repo, the genetic opera. I'm going to pause for a moment for a response, because Repo, the genetic opera. And I'm also... where did I put my phone at? Because it'll be the easiest way to do this. Oh shoot, I need to... wait. My phone is black and white right now. We need more people. You know what? And don't know if I know. No. Also, don't give yourself the excuse of age. Like that's gonna be my 38-year-old advice is don't give yourself the excuse of age. Because that's a good way to keep yourself limiting yourself, and self-limiting This is cliched advice, right? And unasked for advice too. But again, I'm 38, so I can get away with it. Is self-limiting rule sets are one of the biggest things that are used against us as a whole. So, I mean, and I do it too. I'm not, let's just clarify, that's not from a place, as I'm still looking down at my phone. It's not from a place of like arrogance or anything. Like, there's not like a, oh, I'm so great, whatever. No, I don't know shit. But where that's coming from is a like, no, I've seen it, I've done it a lot, I'm still doing it. Don't self-limit. Do it, at your own peril is more the way to say it. So, Repo the Genetic Opera, which right now I'm failing at finding my meme. But, oh, because I'm looking in the wrong folder. Because I'm looking in my downloads folder, not my memes folder. On my phone. You might ask why I have my memes specifically on my phone and not my computer. And then again, I mean, well, you're 26, so you probably wouldn't ask that, but I would ask that. And the reason why I would ask that is because it doesn't make sense. Because well, if you're doing the stuff, you'd be on your computer, right? The thing is that I was on the road for like 5 years, right? So I put my memes on my phone. Okay, where did I put the memes at? I know there's a meme folder. I should put it. Did I already copy it out of my? I don't know if I did or not. Downloads. I am totally having a moment right now. Oh no. What I'm saying, with all respect, and I do mean that with all respect, I'm not trying to be an ass. What I'm saying is that you're effectively putting yourself down by allowing yourself to put yourself down. By limiting yourself. That's all I'm saying. So, and I'll move from that. I just, it's one of those ones where it's just like my general take is that, we are capable of more than we give ourselves credit for. And this is always true. So even if we say we can take over the freaking world, thank you for that. I appreciate you saying that. But even if we say that we're capable of taking over the freaking world, we're still limiting ourselves. Like that's the level of like thing that I mean. Like it's a silly thing. Gosh darn, I cannot for the life of me find the one I'm looking for. I know it's here. I literally pulled it the other day. And I'm just not seeing it. And I know it exists. There's a better way for me. Wait, why am I trying so hard? Stop trying so hard. So Repo the Genetic Opera. Now, all said, I don't blame you for not being necessarily aware one way or another, but I will say that Repo is a freaking amazing thing. All right, there is the link for you because I believe in saving people time. Apparently, sometimes. But yeah, so I haven't actually looked at the IMDb page of Repo, at least not in a while. So just kind of caught my eyes. But yeah, the grave robber, this Terrence fellow, the grave robber is freaking awesome. So if you're not familiar, and then the specific meme was Repo, someone will hang if I don't get my coffee. I misspelled coffee. It was this sort of day that I'm having. What? Why? Don't make me have to use Google. You're gonna make me have to use Google, aren't you? You suck. There we are. No, why are you showing me mugs? I'm just looking for the meme. Some of these results may not be what you're looking for. I swear I'm gonna find the result that I'm looking for. No. What the crap? Oh, there we go. Well, that's not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for... something else. But yeah, no, darn it. I can't find the exact one I'm looking for, which I don't know what that reflects. But blaming alcohol again. Anyway, that'll work. If it'll work. See if it works. That does not work. That's a bad link. Disregard that. And that just got propagated over everything. Gosh darn it, I suck. Nope, that's not gonna work. Apparently the goog.gl short change link is gonna go away for some reason. By the way, don't trust third parties ever to do the things you want them to do in perpetuity. Different story. Sad. Well, yeah, that's fair, but you should still be aware of it. I mean, I was aware of movies that came out when I was 10. Anyway, in any case, there we go. I like this one. Again, I emphasize that this is a movie. But the statement being, someone's going to hang if I don't get my coffee. Decaf? Somebody offers some decaf. I will shoot you in the face. Well, so if I'm correct, based upon what you've said, when you also said that you're 26, so there you go, that you're an adult, and you have been an adult for, technically speaking, more years than you want to think about at this point in time. I say that with all love, like that. I do say that with all love. So you've got plenty of time, and there's time now to stop being sheltered. Again, said with all mirth. That said, you know, with Karen. No, not Karen. Caring. Gosh darn it. Yeah, no, I do recommend strongly. Let's put it this way: Ghost is the one who introduced it to me, and Repo is one of those ones that, beyond any, the only thing is, do be aware that it does have an R rating for a reason. For a number of reasons. So if you're sensitive to swearing, violence, and implicit sexual activities, be careful. But it's still... are you familiar with, speaking about even older movies, are you familiar with Rocky Horror Picture Show? I mean, it's one of those ones. Yeah. So RHPS and Repo, I would say, are in the same vein, but were only a month ago. Oh my goodness. You're killing me. But I'm glad you saw it. It's, at least you saw it. Like, that's, honestly, I have quite a few 26-year-old associates at this stage, which is awkward for me to say, but it's true. And some of them I've alienated, actually, unfortunately, because I'm a bit, well, look, they keep like getting called a boomer, and I'm not a boomer, dang it. I'm sold, comparatively. So anyway, the where I was going with it is that yeah, RHPS and Repo in a lot of their like playoffs are like a lot of their themes and stuff like that are very similar. Although admittedly our Repo is more edgy than RHPS is. So they're both products of their time, and because they're both on the edges of their time. So like, you know, there's the edgelord type notion, right? That's a little bit on the far side. Back in the, you know, when what is the 80s when RHPS came out, it's on the very edge of what's acceptable. Likewise, Repo is on the very edge of what's acceptable for the time that it was let out, and it in turn is thus fairly vulgar. A lovely show, a lovely showing, but I would not show it to a child. Same thing with RHPS. I would not show it to a child. That's just too far, you know. But would I show it to an adult? Yes. Would I love it watching with the adult? Yes. For the most part. Some would be a little bit less copacetic to these things than I am, but that's their problem. And I'm nowhere near as much as the prude as I was when I was younger, so there is that. Yeah, idiocracy? I assume, because I don't know idiocy, so I assume you mean idiocracy. Idiocracy is the world that we're heading towards. Slash are in. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I guess I wouldn't be a jerk, just one of those ones. So yeah, we're talking about the same one. Idiocracy. Man, idiocracy is like they basically nailed it, and it's like why I mean we could have avoided it. Now say some days are harder than others. It's cool. We could avoid it. We have the ability, we have the technology, we should avoid it, but we're heading straight towards it, and it's going to happen sooner than we think it's going to happen. Why? Because, well, conspiracies. So it's funny you bring up the Tide Pods thing. So the thing that took a little bit longer than expected was that I had to go shopping. You know, I had to go grocery shopping. It's just how it goes. You know, and you want to get your food that you're gonna have for the week, and you buy them week over week. You have to stop by the grocery shop and buy food. So one of the spots that I had to go buy stuff, and it's not just food, but you know, for various other provisions. So I had to go buy paper towel rolls, which are in the same aisle as Tide, you know, as the Tide Pods. And I should have taken a picture of it. I thought about it too. I was like, I should do this. I didn't. No reason why I didn't. I just didn't do it. It was just. But there's a sign. There was literally a like stuck on by magnets or a flipboard or whatever sign stuck to the area where the Tide Pods are. All right. It's been an hour. We're at 2 hours. I should technically kill it, but nah, we're talking. So there's a sign saying that XYZ type of container has been recalled because the container's childproof opening was compromised and couldn't be depended upon. I don't know. I don't know. Like eating the child pods away. That's not the right word. That's terrible. Yeah, that's not even. You know what? I'm gonna pretend that I didn't say that and just kind of scrub my mental record of the fact that I misspoke in that manner. Gross. Anyway, eating the Tide Pods are somehow the children's fault. I'm gonna take two sips of booze for that saying that. Eating the Tide Pods are the parents' fault. Eating the Tide Pods are not the manufacturer's fault. Eating the Tide Pods, the parents' fault. Now, I say this from a cohort that unironically, and I'm going to use a cliche here, because I'm on the edge between the Gen X and the Millennial. I'm more in the Gen X camp than I am in the Millennial camp because of things like this. I'm looking at it and I'm going, goodness gracious. We were out and about playing in literal sewage water. Well, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And call me harsh, call me a jerk, but it's one of those things like, if you're doing these things, or if you're in the space. Actually, I'm not going even. Where are the parents? That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, where were the parents when they were teaching their kids how to behave? Like, by the time the kids are doing, in my cohort, actually, in one of my sister schools, they had this huge thing with the Chubby Wubby game, where basically the idea was you stuff your mouth full, and it was the cheerleader type adored it, right? But it was you stuff your mouth full of the sugar rabbits, right? Or whatever, like the peeps, right? That stuff, or marshmallows. It was one of the other popular versions of it. You stuff your mouth full of it, and you try and say Chubby Wubby. I think, I don't know, because I wasn't stupid enough to ever engage in it. That is fair. I also never, nor did my cohort, engage in such things because it's stupid. It's dumb, and you know it's dumb, but you do it because it's the thing that's being done. Now, me, I wasn't such an agreeable child, so I steered clear of groups that would be doing that. And I set up my own group to steer clear of it. But there were kids in our sister school that they did this, and I say kids, I mean, they were, it was in high school, right? They did this, and some of them died. It was a huge national catastrophe. This is the early 2000s, and like right in the wake of a number of horrible events that occurred during the time frame. So it kind of got washed a little bit in comparison to certain events. But the thing is that I'm looking at that going, that sort of thing going, well, shouldn't you know better? I mean, by the time you're a teenager, right? Or by the time that the kids were eating the Tide Pods or doing the cinnamon challenge, by that point in time, the children should know better. Like, straight off, should know better. Well, and that's the thing, is that there are, oddly enough, places where, and I'm going to say this as though I'm contradicting myself, but it's one of those things where there are places where these things can be appropriate to pull off under proper supervision. Is how I would say it. So, like, if you're, and it doesn't have to be adult supervision, just to be clear about my stance here. It's make sure you've got somebody who knows how to clear an airway, right? If you're going to pull off crap like that. Because having someone die is not okay. But if you're JRTC, yeah, you better have first aid training. You better know how to clear that airway. If you don't, well, you haven't been paying attention. I didn't do. Obviously, I know what it is, but I didn't do it. But I would assume that they would train you on first aid if it's anything like the stuff that it's based on. Because the JRT stuff is based on, TC stuff is based on officers training, right? And officers training, and because I was enlisted, right? are similar in some of those baseline core stuff that's covered, e.g., first aid, because it's kind of important that everyone knows how to handle, say, a sucking chest wound, right? They only bring that one up because that was the one that was the most mechanically complex to deal with. But point is that the basic stuff, I would assume that you know how to deal with that environment, which is different from, say, cheerleaders, which wouldn't. Oh, it's fair. And again, we're just chatting. It's not like I'm not gonna like fact check you on stuff. That's not how that one works. Because that's not. I don't agree with it. I know I'm being recorded. Yes, I chose to push the button to record, and I don't care. There's a difference between a chat and a conversation. And oh, this person said this thing was the fact. I mean, I ain't into that sort of crap. But anyway, point is, yeah, no, fair. But yeah, so as I was saying though, is that there's different contexts for the things too. Like there are safe ways to play these games. There are not safe ways to say eat Tide Pods, although maybe there is. Actually, the weirdest part is that, and again, I'm not saying eat the Tide Pod. It is a forbidden thing to do. Do not eat the Tide Pod. I do not recommend eating the Tide Pod. This is my disclaimer for anyone that might try and bite me in the back about this later on. Do not eat the Tide Pod. Now that said, one of the silly parts about the disclaimer that was on the recall, because it was like a paper, this is what I was talking about, there's a paper that was like a recall for the Tide Pod containers, right? The actual vessels that hold the Tide Pods. And the container said, and this is the hilarious part about it, the container said basically it doesn't affect the product, and that consuming large amounts of Tide Pods, well, of the product, right, could lead into health complications for people who have compromised immune systems or something like that, or compromised compromised digestive order, people who have vulnerability to these things. It's like, so, and I'm not going to look into it because I don't care that much, but it's one of those like, wait, so what you're telling me is that if you consume what is an excessive amount? Because use the word excessive specifically. What is an excessive amount of consuming Tide Pods? So are you telling me it's okay to eat one Tide Pod? Like you'll probably be fine if you eat one Tide Pod. But if you eat like 2, 3, or 4, it's going to be a problem if you have existing health conditions. But you'd be fine otherwise. If you didn't have existing health conditions, you'd be fine if you ate like 4 or 5 Tide Pods. Like, what point is an excessive consumption of Tide Pods? Now, to me, I'm gonna put my foot down on this one. To me, excessive consumption of Tide Pod consumption. Wait, I said that word. Excessive consumption of Tide Pods is eating one Tide Pod. They're not food. You do not eat Tide Pods. This is simple as that. They're designed around cleaning stuff. You don't eat Tide Pods. But apparently, there's a level that somehow an excessive amount, and only an excessive amount, if you have existing health conditions. I'm just saying, this is the world that we live in. All I can do is sip my wine and laugh at it. Because what do you want from me? Well, why would you eat? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like technically speaking, my dad was boomer / silent generation, using that era. My mom was technically late boomer, which is ironic because she called herself flower child, but that's not actually a thing. So he was basically like early boomer, she was late boomer. And he was kind of sort of in silent, but he was kind of, it's you know how it goes. But point is that why would you eat it's clearly not, it's a detergent. Now, back in the day, detergent was as a result of, and the soap washers, if Fight Club taught me anything, was basically, utilizing the suds of burnt humans. So you wouldn't eat the detergent because it's basically cannibalism, and cannibalism is for good reason frowned upon. I mean, I wouldn't go eat a person. I'm not going to go about drinking conceptual detergent that might be based upon what the person's composition is. That doesn't make any sense, and I know it doesn't, but still, it's one of those ones where the point is, detergent is detergent Why would you eat it? Because you want to thumb your nose at the powers that be? You know what? I understand that. I understand that. But at that point in time, you're probably also saying the Earth is flat. Not because you think the Earth is flat. Actually, with my old boss, we had a lengthy conversation about this stuff. Not because I think the Earth is flat, or they think that the Earth is flat, but because everyone else says it's not flat, therefore it's flat because everyone else says it. You know, they're hipsters of the sort of thing. And I get that. I'm a bit of a hipster myself too. I've been doing a lot of things before they were cool. I was watching anime before it was cool, for example. You know, I was playing video games before they were really, really cool. I was doing XYZ and so on before it was cool, you know. But that's because I make my own freaking way. And some of the ways that I make are freaking stupid. So the point is that effectively, the people who are saying, well, I'm doing it because I want to thumb the nose at the powers that be eating Tide Pods are just being stupid, to say it politely. I mean, that's as polite as I can be in saying it. I have a lot of other thought processes about this. But I will also say, and it's a cliche at this stage, F-A-F-O. And because for some reason I feel like curtailing my language, even though some games we do on this channel don't curtail language. But basically, screw around, find out. Yes, I know I said F, which is a different word. You know which word I'm going for. But the point is, and again, I'm only curtailing it because I am imbibing alcohol, therefore I'm being hypersensitive about these things. Normally I wouldn't. Anyway, which is weird, you know, most people that when they get intoxicated, they start becoming less sensitive about these things, but me, I become more sensitive because it's a double sort of, anyway, it's unnecessarily complicated, and I know this is the problem. When I get intoxicated, I start overcomplicating things. I already do, but I do it even more, which, oh, I don't care about swearing. No, I don't. Let me put let's just say it. Let's throw it out there. I don't fucking care about swearing. I give no two shits. There's one curse that I will count, and I know it's a bit, you know, it's one of those ones where it's like, oh, you're being too religious or whatever. I don't care because it's where I come from. The using the Lord's name in vain thing, that's the one where I draw a line. But even then, when I say draw a line there, I go, my actual take is more like I would rather you not, but I'm also going to still encounter, you know, still go for discourse. So if someone does it, you might catch me roll my eyes when they do it, but I'm not going to go, how dare you, rah, rah, rah. I might go, hey, can you please not do that? And that's about it. Like that one is weird. That one I will. Like that one I'll be like, can we not? But everything else, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those. It also ends up being a common courtesy thing too. You know, back to what you were saying about common sense. It's just one of those ones like, this one's better to avoid. Why? Because whether or not you believe in such matters, there's the potentiality that you are wrong about such matters. Therefore, why tempt fate? Why cause a mess when it's avoidable? Just don't. I know people who do it just casually, and I'm like, yeah, I get it. You know, it's part of your vernacular. I mean, you know, like the stereotypical Taylor type of it. And again, I'm not going to sit there going, how dare, right? Because again, I don't have a stance. Like I can't, in my mind, right? In my headspace, I can't in good faith go, how dare you do such a thing when I know that I've looked at somebody with, you know, murderous intent or lustful intent in my heart. Like it's one of those things where and again, I'll dovetail into it because it's just part and parcel of my character. But sin is sin, you know. If you're doing these things, you're doing these things. And guess what? I am doing these things myself. I am not beyond, on the ultimate level of things, like the ultimate perfection level of things. I am not beyond reproach. I'm not a perfect person. And if I were a perfect person, I wouldn't be a person anymore, as far as that's concerned. I say all that to say that the lens comes down to where somebody swears, okay, cool, I'll swear, I don't care. Somebody, you know, does the entire Lord's name in vain thing. I'll roll my eyes at it and go, okay, well, you know, to borrow from Jesus on the cross, Father, forgive them for they know not what they do. Like that's my take. In the same regards, I say that to also say this. Is that I expect that I don't get that take. I expect that I get far more heavier measures used against me, because it's just how that goes. It's weird. It's one of those ones like, yeah. In a professional setting, it depends upon what sort of professional setting. Like, you know, in my situation that occurred where I was dealing with the boss's boss or with my boss, or with the majority of my coworkers, I won't, except increasingly so I will, because it's a comfortability thing, you know. And it's the spot where my attitude is kind of a devil may care. Like, I don't really care. Someone can swear. I don't really care because there are more important things. You know, if the person wants to use the expletive to express their whatever emotional response, it's up to them. It really is up to them. And it's one of those ones where I don't care. Now, we're dealing with strangers, which arguably speaking in the context of the internet, you know, streaming, even if not in the moment am I dealing with a stranger, I am on a wider scope of scale of things. Because, you know, someone who doesn't know me and I don't know and I will never know may come upon the element later on. And that's fair. That's fine. Which in turn means that I don't want to, you know, do too much in the swearing thing because it doesn't really solve for what they might be looking for. And then there's the chance. This is one of the messy parts about, you know, streaming. I don't know in full what my audience is going to be. I don't know, and I couldn't know. I couldn't possibly know, you know. But I wouldn't swear in front of children. Why wouldn't I swear in front of children? Because it's important to teach good conduct. Good conduct means, like you said, knowing when to swear and when not to swear. So it's one of those sort of weird, sort of like double back and forth where it's like, but then again, do I really care? No, words are words. They're tools. I mean, you as you said earlier, you're a wordsmith yourself. You understand where I'm coming from this, is that the words themselves are merely tools. They're merely ways to convey ideas, right? And so curse words have a place. Even the worst ones have a place, but they also have a place where they're not appropriate. And when you're streaming, you end up in a space where it's like, well, but there are people that it wouldn't be appropriate in front of. Now, can I hold all tongues, all words in all situations? No. And will I? Absolutely not. Because, well, then again, if I were to do that, then I wouldn't say anything. Well, but that's not the point. I want to say stuff. So, crap, you know? So find an even median sort of thing is where I come from with it. But again, it's not a cast on anyone else. This is the part that's fun about this. I mean, okay, I have trouble with nonverbal, but I've learned, okay, this is okay, and that's not good. Yeah. No, and that's the thing is that I like how you say that, and I say this with all respect, and I just spilled my wine on myself. That's awesome. Anyway, I like how you say that. That specifically, you know, your phrasing. I like your phrasing. I'll put it that way. I like your phrasing. The have trouble with nonverbal, but I've learned that this is okay and that's not okay. I read it out only because it's to help have it stated. You know, have it stated well verbally, right? And the thing is that perspective of it is you learn the rules of the environment that you're in. And I don't want to say this because it's something I've actually recently faced myself. So the thing is that because of the way that the world's kind of arranged at the moment, or has been, is that learning the application of the verbal and the nonverbal. Or sorry, let me step that back. That's what I was actually going for. Learning the details of the nonverbal communication level is more difficult than it was historically. And it's more difficult across the board. But those rules are how we actually learn those rules as a generalized rule. I always find it interesting when folks say, well, I'm categorically XYZ thing. And it's like, no, you have, as you said so well as you said there. And again, I'm saying this with maximum credit to it because no, very well way to put it. It's having trouble with skills is one thing. Typecasting yourself, self-limiting yourself is another thing. Well, yeah, fair. And it's one of those things I think that actually is extremely common. And I don't mean that again in any means of dismissiveness. I'd say like most people, and I will say that, and I don't even mean that like in a oh most people. No, I mean like most people, myself included, will have a tendency to look at folks, for normal operations, will look at folks and say they're way more attentive about the way that I am than they actually are. Like, and I've struggled with that too, because like I'm super aware, and again I'm gonna say most folks are super aware of that one time that I said the wrong word, that one time that I stuttered, that one time that I bit my tongue, literally, and how I slurred my words after I bit my tongue, right? Because when you bite your tongue, you kind of favor that side of your tongue. I'm still doing it now, and that affects how the sound comes out of your mouth. Well, no one is aware that you bit your tongue, and by and large, even if they do notice that you're talking differently, they don't really. It's not that they don't care enough. It's that it's not a relevant piece of information because you're still communicating properly. Like you're still hearable, you're still understandable. It's the sort of thing where it's good that people don't pay as much attention as we do to ourselves. Makes sense. Like I won't see all the details, or I will see the details about my neighbor. And again, pardon me the biblical again, but it's one of those ones where that's why it's written very clearly. The do not, judge your neighbor on the back in their eye when you've got a plank in your own. Be wary about this. Be cautious about this. And the reason why that warning is very pertinent is because it's easy to go. Well, it's easy to go the flip of it too, where you're applying that same perspective on others. And this saying don't do it, and people, guess what? Don't do it. And so it's the people as a rule don't do it. Like let me step this back to the shall we say the topic at hand, or with the website stuff. Is I'm looking at the screen that's up there right now, and I'm seeing like you mentioned earlier that you like the dragon with the glass walker, which is what the actual like character type. There's an entire like story that's behind what's going on there. That picture is flawed as fuck in my eyes. And if I could go through and I could walk through and like there's the digitation to it and all blah 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 blah, like there's a lot wrong with that. What's going on with that one? But you're not wrong in saying that it's cool looking. See, it's one of those things that it's not only just as beauty in the eyes of the beholder, but it's also categorically that we are, and I would say we should be, more stringent on ourselves than others are on us. And that we should not be as stringent declaratively on others as we are on ourselves. And de facto, we are not. Because I'm not in your skin and you're not in mine. I don't know what the experiences of my neighbor are. Now, in recognizing that in humility, I look at them and I go, my neighbor, I don't know if you're struggling or not even. I don't even know what you would say if you were struggling. So therefore, I assume that you are, and thus I'm going to treat you with all grace. That is to say, that one time where you say parked in the wrong parking spot, how I'm going to handle that isn't I'm going to be angry. Well, oh, you flatter me. I wouldn't even say that. I'm not. I mean, you have me in a logical loop problem right now with that statement there. Because yeah, I guess, but no. I mean, I only have. My pedigree is not that great as far as these things are concerned. It's only been, I'm gonna drink some wine. After that comment, I'll probably get another glass of wine. I do only have about at most an hour before I have to go. Because again, the midnight thing is a hard cutoff for everything because I need to at least pretend to get sleep. What's funny is that like 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours of sleep is kind of adequate. 5 to 6 hours is preferred. 8 hours is too much. But then during the weekend, I'll sleep for 12 hours because they need to catch up with sleep. I'm getting old. But yeah, so let's see. No, it's also the categorically, I've spent a lot of time staring at it. So I've also had time to like really like dive into what it looks like. Because I chose it because I thought it looked awesome. But I was just starting. So now the scrolling background ones that you can only kind of sort of see. I really like that one because that's well, that one was specifically, and I don't know, I mean it's not perfect, but it's cool because it's like it's literally a scrolling GIF, whichever you prefer. That I had ChatGPT set up because I was like, or the DALL-E set up, and it's just like literally built as being two dragons that are in contest off of the poem for the world creation myth that Ghost made, which is kind of silly because like it's one of those parts where, I mean, you want to talk about where areas where I'm like, where it kind of injures my confidence, my personal confidence, is that it's like, yeah, you know, I know what I know. I'm good at what I'm good at. This is not something I would say I'm good at, by the way. I'm competent, maybe. I don't know if I'd even use the word competent. I'm confident, but confident and competent are not the same word for a reason. Some of them came out well though, for sure. Some of them. Well, you saw that. You saw that. Actually, honestly, those ones are really. I'm actually. I am. You know, you bring up the hex build, the hex blade ones. Those are actually like the. I would say my best so far, and I expect that I'll be able to continue to improve off of that. I'm still working on processes to do that though. Shoot. Oh no. I need to get some stuff done today, and I didn't get it done. It's not gonna get done. Probably have to do it. I'll get them done Tuesday because they're not super hard processes. They're pretty basic stuff, but it's a shame that I had to. Hey, you don't mind if I ask you general ones? Hey, well, that just made me happy for some reason. I'm glad that you're proud of them. What was I saying? I was gonna say this is that nope, I thought no, I lost the train of thought. Darn it. Although I have to say the healer ones, I'm looking at it right now, is those are pretty cool too. Picture wise. Oh, that's what I was saying, is that it's the sort of hit, it's like this weird hit where like I'm proud of the fact that I, you know, found kind of the niche of my skill set where I can kind of play on, you know, because I had to with the graphic stuff. And I want to do way more on it. But I don't have as much time as I did because it's the shame. And this is what I was hours ago at this point in time kind of rambling about, was that what I'm really good at, you know, just as an overarching thing, is I'm a very technical mindset, troubleshooting. You know, give me a server that's having issues, and I can figure out at least some degree of what solution might look like, you know. Give me, you know, hey, it's not powering on, okay, let's try and figure it out, right? Or it's powering on but it's giving this error. Give me some time and I'll figure it out, you know. Heck, even with my own stuff with the evidential, the code stuff, like, give me some time. If there are errors, I'll figure it out. And I'll, you know, if I define what the solution direction was, I can do all of that. Give me a freaking drawing utensil, and I can't draw to save my life. But that's more because I just haven't practiced it. And I say that with this caveat, is that that's because I haven't practiced it. Now, there is a bit of generalized projection on there that I have to call myself, if you will, a personal bias. But the bias is, I think, for the benefit generally. That is, I find that I am capable of doing whatever I put my focus to. whatever I focus on, it might take some time. In fact, it will take some time, but I can do whatever the hell I want to do, given time. You know, I'll become competent at least in any given thing. Maybe not a master, but competent. I firmly believe this is true for human beings in general. Just because of the physiological constraints that the human organism operates underneath. And I feel that we oftentimes are self-constraining in our capabilities because it's easier. Sorry, I'm just thinking about a conversation I had earlier about advanced topic stuff. It's just like, and also a conversation I had with I don't remember her name. It's sad. Was it a family gathering? Well, so let me recount the story. So there's at a family gathering, and this is years and years ago, and it's a Thanksgiving family gathering. And I say years and years ago, it was before my grandfather passed, and he passed in 2016. So give the frame for how long ago it was. And I am honestly drunk as a skunk, kind of close to where I am right now, to be honest. Because I was in a situation I wasn't exactly comfortable with. Because here's me as an adult sitting with the adults, and the adults are all my uncles and aunts and my grandparents. My mom's there. I think my mom was there. And all that. But here I am as an adult, and as a established adult at that. You know, I've been around the block for a bit. At that point in time, I'm doing fairly well. I'm not doing the best in the world. It's not like I'm, but I'm not doing terrible either. I got a good gig that's gonna last me if I don't screw it up, which I did eventually. But anyway, and all that. And so I'm sitting there, and I go down and I visit with the kids because all of my cousins are still under 18. This is the craziest part about it. So that our nearest group of so my brother and I are 13 months apart. So we're in our late 30s now. And the next of cousinry is now, I think, just getting through college, just finishing college, more or less. Which means that they're 22, 23, maybe 24 at the oldest. Actually, probably your age, give or take. At the oldest one. So there's to say, from my age, they're 12 years younger than I am. And that's cool and all. And it's like, again, it's one of, but the thing is that gap is enough where it's like, by the time I'm already established in a way of speaking by the time that they're around, And so I'm going to the adults on a more, they're little toddlers, whatever. I'm basically babysitting them for the sake of the adults at that point in time. Not that I care, because I'm just whatever. But we'd been sitting with the adults the entire time. We didn't have a children's table until they were around. And, or we did, but it was the sort of thing where it was like just adjacent to the adults because there weren't many children. That sort of thing. Anyway, I digress. So the point is that, we're upstairs, the adults are all upstairs, and the kids are in the basement, having they're eating them. And I go down and I visit with the kids in the basement. Because, this is nice sequester or whatever. It's the sort of thing. Kids can be kids, and the adults can be adults, and we're all old. It's just how it is. And this little one, who is basically an adoptive, not officially adoptive, but like her family was grafted on, like a family friend type thing, which the family did that because, And this little gal was like, just talking to me about something. I don't remember what exactly she was saying, but my response was basically, oh no, yeah, so we were just talking, as one does. And I was like, everyone has potential. Everyone has the potential to be really whatever they want to be. And Grandpa was doing kind of poorly, but he was doing okay, but it's just how it goes, you get old. And she's like, even Grandpa, and again, a question that only a child could ask, like even Grandpa, even the patriarch of the family, even the old man who everyone looks up to, who everyone respects because he's done his days. He's had his experience. He's lived his life, and you have to respect the experience. Otherwise, you're doing wrong. And it's like, especially him. Especially him. Because we're not done until we're done. And as my old man would make the point of saying, you're either green and growing, or you're ripe and rotten. Effectively, it's a duality of choice. Either you're becoming more, or you're shriveling up. You got the choice. I gotta think about that for a little bit. Stomach's doing okay though, so if the stomach's doing okay, I can drink more. I'd probably drink the ginger tea before I go on for more alcohol with my conspiracy mode. I'm sorry for rambling at you. I really am. It's just you got me in a talky mood. Well, I mean, it's the advice of my elders, so I would hope not. Like have you? I appreciate that. Have you encountered free to wear sunscreen? Which is technically a little bit before my own time, but not by much. Because there's a specific line now that comes to mind. And again, I don't know if it's your I actually don't know any meta story about it, but I know the song itself is, yeah, I like it. I'll throw it there. So the basic gist though that I'm going for specifically is there's this idea that's in the lyrics there where it's like, and again, there's a phrase for the type of music that it becomes. It's one of those like pre-generative type music, which is the something core, like the Moto core or something like that. I don't know what the actual is. I wish I had my Zoomer buddy at hand for this thought line of thinking. Like there's like a Moto, like a remix, like you take somebody saying like a motivational speech and then you cut it and you like frame it to music of some sort that matches it. Ooh. All right. This is actually one of our sub things that we work on. How many change the or did he change? I don't even know if he did. Ooh. Neat. Man, that guy is awesome. Talk about that in a moment. But yeah, so the free to wear sunscreen thing is that he's basically the speaker. And again, I don't know if it's actually or not, but he's purportedly talking to the class of '99. You know, basically could be the college class of '99 or high school class. I don't know. I don't care. But he's talking to this group of folks, and he's kind of like going, like, if your sorry brain, my brain just jumped the shark. But advice is the idea of, like, there's a whole bunch of things that goes through on the thought process, and his general closing statement is advice is basically you take your experiences and you from the trash, effectively from the bin of your history, and you brush it off, you clean it up the best that you can to try and help somebody else. That's kind of what the source of the thought process is. Oh, I know. My roommate's 26, so just for the point there, like when I said that I've got multiple cohorts that are literally your age, I'm not being facetious. Now, I'm not sure what that says about me, but I have lots of folks that are in my circle that are, the vast majority of folks that are in my circle are younger than me by a fair margin. some less than others, but by a fair margin, my circle itself ends up being at this point in time vastly composed of folks that are younger than me. And part of that, honestly, is because the people that are older than me, not all of them by any stretch, and not the older ones, because I'm only 38, like I said, I'm only in my late 30s. But like your 40-year-olds, your 40-something-year-olds, your 50-somethings, you start getting to where they're okay again. So for some reason, the ones that are in their 40s are, in my experience, not the best. Not the best. They're the ones that when I was 18, that are represented in my mind by the 26-year-old. Here's the craziest part about, you saying you're 26 and my roommate being 26 and these other folks being 26, is that when I was 18, and that's fair. Well, yeah, and then the irony is that you're in the same spot that I am as far as X and millennial are concerned. So I fit more conceptually with X, just all the details thereof, but I am age-wise where the millennials are a cohort. Because there's been this huge misunderstanding, and it pisses me off, by the way, this huge misunderstanding of how cohorts work, how generational cohorts work, is that there's a sizable gap between the two, where, or not, gap's not the right word, but overlap. That's the word I'm looking for. There's a sizable overlap. You end up in a space where you have a group of people that there's more, when it first starts, they're part of of whatever generation, but they're more likely to be part of the previous generation. And at a certain point between that gap, about midway or so, they're more likely to be part of the other generation. Well, it seems that the 26-year-olds at this point in time end up being more towards like you say, more towards the millennial. Like the notion of the spot. So like myself, I'm more towards the Xers with where I ended up at, because again, my father and my mother, despite what my mom might have said of herself, but my father and my mother are both distinctly actual boomers for where they were born in. Now my mom's on the edgewise of or my mom was, I guess, because she passed, but on the edgewise between boomer and Xer, or whatever that cohort that was between. But she was in that split, and her parents themselves were of the cut where they were basically of that previous group of generations, such to where part of her rearing, and by the way, I think they were right. I wouldn't implement it now, but I think they were right. It doesn't work now, but then it was a right. I'm cut about corporal punishment, honestly. But one of the punishments that they would levy on her, on their children, her included, would be to go get the switch. I don't even know what silly bands are, but now you just told me what they are, and now I know what they are because I've seen them. I just thought they were colored rubber bands that were on people's wrists. No, wait, no, I'm thinking about something else. No, those. No, you know what? So I just went through like 3 different iterations of like generational encountering. There's like the rubber bands that people were wearing that were like those are different. Those are okay. I know what those are vaguely. Like, okay, I am tracking. I am actually tracking. Weirdly enough, it's one of those ones of like I had to do some loops, some hoops, but I understand. I'll do. But they were all the rage. I remember Pogs. Oh man, my freaking sound music thing died again. Gosh darn it, I hate everything. I don't hate everything, but oh wait, that's the wrong one. No, don't do that. Disconnect. Where'd it go? There you go. Let's see. Yeah, well, indeed. Actually, one of the silliest things I've encountered in the sort of groups that was kind of like overlapping my cohort was that, well, it's weird. Like it's sort of thing where, it's a transition. And I guess I'll say it. Yeah, I can see why you say it was a wild time to be young, because like my own rearing process was, I would definitively say, a wild time, because it was basically a flipping of the world order, like a changing over of the world order. Um, so well, between the analog and the digital. And now in the modern day, and I lose sight of this, even though I've got some in my group that are now merely just now turning 21. Um, 2008. Let's see, specifically Too Big to Fail. 2004 was that. So come on, brain. Yeah, Obama. I was trying to block out Obama. That's my opinion about Obama. I must respect the office. Even with the way that things are, I must respect the office. But I will also say that Obama's considerations are, like, the implementations from that office are a good, if not the majority of the reason why I got out of the Corps when I did. Because it was during the Obama years that I did not renew my contract. I did my 8-year stint because that's how it worked out. Well, it was 6 years in the reserves and then 2 years in the IRR, the individual ready reserve. But I did my stint and left at the end of my stint. I left at the end of my stint because, the contract, because of where and what Obama had done with the military. Agree or disagree with policy changes is one thing, fair or whatever. I don't actually care. What I do care is that when you start utilizing the military explicitly and by statement as a social engineering experiment, that you are opening up a can of worms on folks that are already putting themselves on the wall in a manner that you probably don't understand if you're using them in that manner. And this is the same mistakes that were made in the past, leading to very similar consequences. And the previous administration managed to almost save us from some of those consequences. Oh, wow. That's cool, honestly. It's one of those parts where the grass is always greener on the other side, because I've always lived in rather larger areas, population-wise. Now I'm in Boise. That's just a known fact. It's a public piece of information that this person that I am is in Boise, Idaho. And the thing is that I've been in the groups that I've been in, as general speaking, like location wise, have been larger areas. Smaller groups in some circumstances is how it works, right? But I haven't lived in a town of 200 people. I haven't experienced that. I've been in groups. I've been in towns that have 200 people, but I'm the outsider in those situations. Wow. No, fair. I don't expect you to give location. In fact, I would discourage you from doing so. I do so because I effectively end up being the face of a group, and there are consequences and responsibilities that go with that being the face, which I willingly and willfully and understandingly accept and impose upon no one else. It's one of those things. Nice. I think my graduating group had like at least 1,000, if not two. I could be wrong, but I know it was at least close to 1,000. And then the school itself was, I guess that was at least a few thousand. The reason why I say that though is that I didn't experience that sort of cloisteredness, and I'm not sure. Well, no, I'm not sure if there's a fair qualification between the two, because the grass is indeed always greener on the other side. But I would say that the smaller life is oftentimes the better life. We're raised with this entire delusion of grandeur sort of thing. But... Oh wow, that's cool. So you could see the rocks that were from the previous years. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what did we do there? I mean, we just had the Gala thing, and I have some sporadic memories from it. It's funny because it's like, put it in perspective, that's 20 years ago for me. So certain memories are starting to fade, which is weird because there's certain ones that rise, right? Reunion. Oh, oh shoot. Well, someone has gotten themselves removed from the reunion list because I haven't gotten a message ever. I did once, many years ago. But I don't want to go to a class reunion. I just don't. Not because I don't want to see those people. Actually, I'd be rather fascinated to see where some of those people are. But rather, for one thing, it's expensive for me because I'm not in the same state as I was. It's across the country from where I am. But also because, well, I would, truth is, I would suggest you do, if I may be so bold. I would say if there are class reunions, right, they are precious. They're important. Now, your story is your story, 100%. You know your details, you have your reasons, whatever. I'm not countervening any of them, but I am saying that I wouldn't, like, I didn't do so myself for my reasons, but my reasons were shit, to be frank about it. Like, they were excuses of whatever XYZ things, and so I've lost complete contact with those people, and not because they'd necessarily be specifically useful, but I've led to I've by doing so, I've encouraged the problem that is in our society, or a number of the problems that are running our society to the ground, accidentally. Myself and my cohort. Yeah. Well, and that's the part that I ran into as well. But it is important to maintain contact with those that we have known, so that they know that they are not forgotten. Like, who cares about whether or not, put it this way, for say it this way, who cares if Laucivol is forgotten amongst the cohort? It's straight off, who cares? I don't even care, and I'm talking about myself. But it is more important to be in position to remind others that they are not forgotten. Now, hopefully they do so in kind, sure, but the point of the matter is to make sure that they know that they are remembered for what they are. Because being remembered is one of the biggest things for us, as for the human social requirements, shall we say. Being remembered is the important part, and knowing that we will be remembered and engaged with and live with and so on. Yes, all of those are derivatives, but being remembered. Well, of course they'll freak out about it. They're your friend. It's the sort of thing where that freak out is part of it. It's it's known being like one of the biggest thing that people want, and I will say this again without qualification. Um, hmm, the MS, multiple sclerosis, right, is not a pretty thing to play with. I use the term play because again, I have morbid humor through it. Like, look, you have some military, you understand. Using the term play in those contexts, it's serious stuff, but being serious doesn't help. You know, RRMS. I don't know what the RR is, and I don't mean to pry either. No worries if you wanna step back from that. I'm always also intrigued about these things. Oh, relapsing remitting. Oh, so the sort of thing where every now, like the conditions of it will sometimes accept, sometimes not be impactful, and then they'll reappear because relapsing, remitting. So that's what those words are speaking of. That sucks. So you're like, I'm doing great, and then you're like, I'm death. And I'm doing great, and then I'm death. I'm doing fine, and I'm death. If I understand you correctly, that's yeah, that's no fun. Well, I didn't get the things done today I wanted to get done, but that's okay. Hmm? Yeah, a horrible roller coaster. That is a descriptive and well understood notion. I've known folks that have had MS. Um, I don't think I do, but then again, I haven't been to a doctor in like a while. I tried to start getting to doctors last year, and then I just like no. And as you say, JK, but no. That's my prerogative. I can be like, nope, focusing. I'm doing the thing. No, but today, this week has been one of those ones where I've been this past week was like rough. I don't even know why, but this past week was rough. No, darn it, Ghost got that song stuck in my head. Anyway. Um, fair. Like the thing is that like my general take, and again, this is mine and mine alone, and thus my organization. But it's one of those things where it ends up being in a space where I would in the conceptual, what I would do would say um, have one of my folks on their personal one do a charity stream and like direct people to go, hey, our members are doing this, not we are doing this. But it's one of those ones of like, no, what I'm trying to say there is I agree with where you're coming from on that, even without being one to see it myself personally, more just because of the roughness of it, right? That's more where I'm coming from on that line of thinking is I would totally say yeah, but for what that comes down to, hell, I might even like for my personal say Twitch and those sort of things and be like I said before, direct people to go to somebody else's thing because I don't like personally. And again, this is because I'm sitting here, in the Stellar Dragons, et cetera, stuff. Personally, I don't like when I see organizations go, here's this cause, because it defeats speaking of an hour passing, goodness gracious, because it defeats certain notions that I am a proponent of. I think that organizations should be organizations and that people should be people. And I think that the people should champion causes and can have organizations that champion causes. But if the organization is not built around the championing of the cause, well, then it should, you know? And oftentimes we see where it's like that's the expectation, especially the modern day with like, you see And again, I could call out specific culprits, but I'm not going to because again, it's outside the scope. But I am going to say that like, yeah, I might fly my personal Marine Corps flag in my background, but that's my background. And you'll see how in the titles here, they'll include words like with Laucivol. Laucivol is me. I represent myself. The organization is the platform that I'm doing work for. Now, mind you, it is my organization, as in I am the leader thereof, because I am the leader thereof. It's just how it is. But I am not the organization. I have my own causes. I have my own things that I stand for. You know, I have and the individuals in our group have their own things. The people in the wider community have their own things. And they're good things in some cases. Some cases, not so good things, but I'm not going to get into them. But something like that, I would call as a good thing. And as in, not that MS is, I'm going to laugh here because it's just, you know, easy humor is easy humor, right? Not that MS is a good thing, but the fight, as it were, against, or the development of treatments thereof, and so on, is a good thing. But sorry, I caught myself in just a stupid line of thought that was silly. But anyway, so, but that being said, is it appropriate for an organization starting games based around gaming and such like that and such like that to do it? So, well, that leads me to an entire line of questions that I'm curious about now. You take infusions. I actually did work at and I don't know if it's related necessarily, but a rheumatoid, IT work at a rheumatoid clinic at one point that were based around doing infusions. Where that leads me, the line of thinking is I've also donated plasma at one point in my life. Now, of course, that was because of personal monetary needs. Because, well, look, you know, it's one of those things. I don't donate plasma unless I need the money. It's my crass on that one, but it's just how it is. And they know it, and I know it. But because if I'm out and doing stuff, then I can't get rid of it. I can't spare the plasma. I need it for my own usage. At least the question that I was actually going to ask. So there are infusions of what? I don't know why I need to ask that question, and I feel totally naive. And I could find it out. You know, I have all the information of the world at my fingertips. But I would much rather ask. Did you experience it? IV medication take twice a year. Oh, okay. Next to the hospital. Okay. Do you know what I was kind of more going on? And I'm being a little bit probably more clinical than I should be on it. What I was more asking was regarding the actual medication, like what type of medication, like how it's developed, like all that. You're like, I don't know, it just helps me feel good. It helps me live. Yeah, that's fair. That's kind of the end of that line of thinking. Is if you don't know, you don't know. But I'm just curious. Weird segue from you know, emotive to logical, but again, as I get intoxicated, that's the sort of thing I do. It reminds me of what I said there. A disease modifying medicine. Okay, so it ameliorates some of the symptoms thereof. I think I'm tracking. I'm just still muddling over what the nature, the exact nature of the chemicals in question are. I laugh. I'm laughing at myself there, just to clarify, because I'm sitting here like trying to be medical about it. As I said, clinical. Like, it's an infusion that ameliorates conditional concerns, making it easier to live with. So it's treating the symptoms, not the disease itself. Okay. Oh no. Let me guess. The insurance was saying that and I'll switch back to the courteous sort of. So the insurance was probably saying that it was a question of whether or not it was actually medically necessary. That, or you were over the expected copay limit or some BS like that. I have my own stories about insurance. That's what you pay them for, is to pay for it. It's literally why they're your insurance. It's their job to pay for it. It's part of the contractual agreement. Oh crap! That reminds me. I need to. Well, that's nice. At least it worked out. But that's not. Well, that's not what the. Again, that's not what you paid these people for. Is it's not what the insurance is paid for. They have their job. They're supposed to do the thing. Ran into a bit of that myself, so I'm kind of familiar, although not to the details nor the gruesomeness, of course. But yeah, no, I kind of get what you're. I kind of get. I've heard similar stories. But that is say, and again, that's not a dismissive of that, but I'd say like, no, I have some understanding of just how much bullshit it is. Fair. Fair. And again, none of it's prying. I won't. It's just not how I am. Um, Curious, yes. Curious. Always curious, but never prying. There's a difference. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those parts that's weird is that we get in this weird space where, ideally, one would find a way to not have that problem. I honestly, I think, and I think I was going on this a little bit earlier, that we end up in this space where we're encouraged to rely upon others for the help that we not should is a hard word, could is a hard word, back to what we were talking about earlier about can and should, can, could, and so on. But I am a strong proponent of ooh, ow. Yeah, that's a bullet I narrowly avoided myself. I'll take the segue for a free chance. Before I back myself into a corner that I shouldn't. But yeah, no, I've actually my back is jacked myself. So I definitely know, and I say I know, that's a pain I know. That is a pain I know. And I have horror stories about, situations where I was flying around the country and my back threw out, and I'm just like about that functional capability of walking when trying to get on an airplane thing, right? Heated seats are a godsend, though. I will say that. But yeah, I narrowly avoided having to do either final, and I say barely, I mean as in like we were basically the test at the end of the PT. I don't know if they did that on your case, but on my case, they basically were like, all right, because I mean, I was like, no, I don't want to do surgery if we can avoid it. I refuse. I don't want to do anything more extensive than PT, than physical therapy, if we don't need to. Like, if we don't absolutely have no other way to make this thing stop, I will not do it. Like, I will not do. You can't make me do surgery. I gotcha. Like I said, I was trying to avoid specifically back myself in a corner because, again, there are assumptions and assertions there that are incorrect and straight off are incorrect, and I know it. Why did I just finish off this coffee in like one gulp? Oh, because I'm thinking. I appreciate that. Again, it's one of those spots where it's like I don't want to get I don't want to like be that. Because I don't want to be an ass, And it's not because I'm going, oh, well, I've got to watch out for whatever. No, I just don't want to be an ass. Like, there's a difference. There's a difference between I'm walking on eggshells, whatever, and, well, no, I refuse to walk on eggshells. But I don't want to be an ass, Yeah, and that's fair. And I should have been more conscientious of that. I was trying to be conscientious about that, but it was more like well, I may as well ask the questions. Because why not? It's conversation, right? Like, I'm at the point in my life where I look for the opportunity to provide things for the sake of conversation. No, I appreciate it. It's weird. I'm like, I'm finding myself in this weird space personally right now, and it's not your fault. It's just I don't know. I think I need more alcohol. Did I say midnight? Like 15 minutes from now? Hmm. But I did put them all the way. I did put the alcohol all the way up in the cabinet, so it'd be out of the way. It'd be hard to reach. I say hard to reach. I mean, like, as in it'd take a little bit more effort. You know, I'd have to move stuff out of the way to go get to it. At least I didn't do the option I was thinking of doing, which was the truly alcoholic option, which was taking the bottle of wine and bringing it in here. I'm not that far gone. Further gone than I should be, but I'm not that far gone. Oh, those scars. Those scars. Dude. Anyway. Yeah, well, again, that's kind of the space where it is. Like, it's the opportunity to do so. Like, I don't know. I don't want to go too far into the drama stuff that happened, but because a lot of that was by design behind closed doors for actual drama stuff. But we had to let somebody go from the org. Replaced him with Rainy, and Rainy's doing great. Even with the little weirdness the other days, he's still doing great. But this other fella, like your age, unironically, again, 26, and fella was, as opposed to, you know, I'll put that statement there, unemployed, but wasn't unemployable. You know, wasn't in a rough place, which that positive attitude is the secret to get through. You know that already. But had a negative attitude. And right now I'm sitting here kind of like in a weird, like humbled sort of like, it's a warm sort of pause that's on me right now. It's the sort of thing where, well, you can't see my eyes at the minute. And you wouldn't probably even be able to see with the fidelity of this camera, but I'm kind of tearing up a little bit. You know, it's that sort of emotional response, but it's a warm emotional response. It's a positive emotional response, and it's almost overwhelming for that matter. It's the sort of thing, though, that it's the opportunity to bring aid to help someone, you know, kind of like you were saying, to be available for that sort of thing, to be available for that sort of conversation. It really fundamentally drives me into whatever I do. Personally. And I'm not good at that. I'm not good at it. And I'm a right asshole. But try. At least I pretend I try. That it is. Sorry, I firstly misread it, but yeah, no, life is too short to not at least try to. Like, it's one of those things where some days are harder than others, and it's harder to keep your head above water than others on some days. This is not one of those days, but some days are, and there's a need to have room for grace over those days. And I think that a lot of times in this day, in this day and age of ours, we lose that room that's needed for that grace. And I can look at the current political theater and say, look at this. You talk about, I talk about the need for the room for grace, and we see on left, right, upside, up, down, all of the above, none of it. And then that's not, it's the sort of thing to borrow from somebody who's smarter than I am. And well, it doesn't matter whom exactly, because unfortunately it's a politicized name itself, but is that politics is upstream of culture. So now, with that statement in mind, we see that our culture has become less graceful all in all, yet demanding more of it for some reason. The center cannot hold in this circumstance. But the world that I would live in would have that grace, would have that patience, that loving kindness. And it's the world I would live in. So how would I make that happen? By taking my little corner and trying to be that way. And that has growing pains, that has suffering, that has misery, that has times where I am outright a monster, because that's the tendency. And I say this with the sort of caveat of, as I am, so are we all. Like, legit, it's one of those like, no, I'm not just projecting. We're all monstrous in our own ways. That's a good thing, as long as we're honest about our monstrousness, as long as we're truthful to ourselves and others that, hey, we could be right terrors. Which leads us back to a conversation we were having earlier, you and I, about the chubby wubby thing and all that, and the Tide Pods. This is where all that diatribe, by the way, all those rabbit holes kind of spins back to in this fun way, is the lack of that learning about that sort of stuff. Not to eat Tide Pods, or not to do the cinnamon challenge because it's absolutely stupid, or the chubby wubby thing without proper supervision. All these things show a lack of learning in the specific scenarios that would prevent these actions. And although one might argue, well, where are the parents in the situation itself or in the rearing? The truth is that they've been encouraged. The parents have been encouraged to offload. One second, please. Have been encouraged to offshore the responsibilities, and it's easy, and it's not. I'm not judging the parents for this, by the way, but to offload the responsibilities of rearing their children to the teachers. Well, there's a huge difference between a parent with 3 to maybe 6 kids at most, right? Well, 1 to 6 kids, right? At the reasonable most. To a teacher or a series of teachers dealing with 30 kids. Oh, totally. Well, and this is back to earlier in the conversation. This is exactly what I was trying to express. Was you did that. You met your objective. You had did that. And it's appreciated, and therefore the appreciation must be expressed. So I just hope that we're good enough for it. And the various parsing programs that are being applied. Yeah, I mean, it'll be what it'll be. And we'll make sure that works. So, but yeah, and it's a pardon me for sticking my tongue out in response to the "nah, you're fine." But yeah, no, it's just the sort of circumstance where I think tying all the things, it just kind of goes around, and it's the world's both more and less complicated than we give it credit for, and we want to try and make it more complicated than it should be. And when we do this, when we take this course of action and we make it more complicated than it should be, we hurt ourselves badly. And then we see stuff like what happens Again, avoiding the politicals because that's not the point. But those consequences, I want to stop having reason to look over at my rifle. We'll put it that way. danborough.donmy.us. But yeah, I would appreciate to stop having reasons to do so, because that would be nice. And there's nothing meant by that. The moniker of looking over at my rifle is simply saying this in the context of saying that I'm going to, that the likelihood of me having to utilize it in self-defense is increasing. There's the potentiality of the sobering potentiality of the order that we have known fallen. Now, see, sane is the first part of being safe. Unfortunately, some of us end up paying a little bit too much attention to the world at large, and thus sanity becomes a premium. Or is it hypersanity becomes the problem? I'm not sure. Let's put it this way, though. I understand where Joker's coming from, all right? I don't agree with him, but I understand where he's coming from. I'm thinking about the end of the... Actually, silliest absolutely ridiculous part. So you know the Joker movie that came out quite a few years ago at this point. So there I am, and I'm me, right? You know, and I'm wearing a black trench coat, orange cats. They kind of are, though. I mean, I've had my own history with orange cats. I haven't had a cat or an animal companion in a while, but yeah. So the Joker movie, I'm specifically talking about the end where he's like looking at the like everything on fire and just like ha 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 ha. Some days are like that. I'm not saying every day are like that. Okay, just be clear. I'm not that far gone. But some days are like that. You're just looking at it, just like everything's on fire. I can warm my hands finally. Don't be like that, kiddos. Don't be like that. It's not healthy. But yeah, so the story with the Joker. So when it's like the opening week, and I did this on purpose, just for the meme value, so I could recount the story later on. Like legitimately, I'm doing this because it's gonna be a fun story to tell over and over again. So, generally speaking, and at this point in time, I'd broken my normal glasses, or I lost my normal glasses, so I was wearing sunglasses at all times, kind of like I am at the minute, but that's different problems. Yes, that's precisely it's that idea. But this meme is so I also tend to wear a fedora because I'm that guy, right? I like my hats, and fedoras fit my head. What do you want from me? Anyway, or cowboy hats sometimes. I'm trying to move towards cowboy hats because they're kind of neat too, and they're a little bit more practical. Although fedoras are better for a lot of the circumstances I'm encountering, like wearing the cowboy hat while I'm driving. It's kind of a pain. Anyway, the back brim is unnecessary for my use case. Different story. So I go to see the opening, and I happen to be in no other place than Waco, Texas. All right. Now, Waco is kind of a household name at this point in time, but long and short is that although they probably weren't doing the best of things, yes, there are memes about fedoras. There's a lot of memes about fedoras. I know, like I said, I'm that guy. You know. So Waco, Texas, right? And so literally that and all the stuff with Waco. And I'm there, tallish white guy wearing, you know, business casual with a red shirt, black slacks, you know, my standard kit, and a black French coat. And the thing is that it was at the literal midnight showing on the opening night of Joker. So now, mind you, I was traveling. I'm not in Texas. I'm not from Texas. I just happened to be I happened to be there at the time in the moment, and that was when it was showing. So there's me alone in the late night midnight showing on the opening night of Joker in Waco, Texas. There's all these memes that connect there that it is absolutely just atrociously ridiculous, and I find them hilarious. Nothing. No, I'm not making any statements here. Like, this isn't a political statement. This is just like a what? You're the one who's prejudging me here. Not my problem. I'm just a guy who's traveling, who wears this stuff, and watching a movie. What do you want from me? It happens to be the Joker. I happen to be giving off the Joker vibes, but that's beside the point. At least I didn't like put like clown makeup on or something like that. I could have gone that far. You'd be like, what? What are you talking about? I'm a juggalo. the freaking, what is it? The posse. What are they called? The ICP, Insane Clown Posse. Sort of level of stuff. Like, oh, I'm just a juggalo. What do you want from me? I wouldn't do that because it'd be asking for trouble, and I'll toe the line, but there are levels where it's like, yeah, at that point I'm literally asking to get shot, and I don't want to get shot. So, and at that point I would be asking for escalation. It's one of those spots. There are lines. There are levels of these things. For appropriate behavior, like we were talking about earlier about nonverbal sort of communication. At that point, I'm communicating that I'm probably going to do something untoward. I make all those jokes. Now I realize something bad happened over something like this, and I feel terrible. The thing that happened quite a few years ago with it was Dark Knight. Like there was a theater or something that got shot up, which is terrible. Again, that's a like, man, that's horrible. Don't do that. Don't do that. But making yourself look like that you're concerned and not actually being concerned can be kind of funny too. So it's one of those, like, there's two lines between being disrespectful for the fallen, as it were, and then being silly. And I was more being silly in the circumstance anyway, because I was just doing what I was going to do. So which was, again, I was no harm to anyone. So it's where was I going? I was just going somewhere with that. I don't even know where I was going with that, but someplace silly, I think, or someplace semi-serious, or someplace super serious. I don't know, because I do that. I go, you do the silly thing, and then you do the serious thing, and then you do the silly thing to lighten the mood. It's actually a freaking corporatese leadership sort of thing that's been brought up to me that I really hate because it's manipulative as well, get out. But the compliment sandwich. Kitty cat. Compliment sandwich thing. Oh, no, never mind. That's not quite the point of asking that question, I guess. But I want to. Not quite. But anyway, so yeah, so all said, like, I'm just getting this space where it's gonna trippy to do to some of this stuff. Sorry, I'm fading. I've probably gotta get hit in the hanger soon, but I don't wanna, because I'm enjoying sitting and chatting. We got the batch uploaded part, so that test part was done yesterday at least. I got my main, so just to kind of circle back a little bit, I got my main objective for the weekend done, just not my secondary objectives, which is fine. The main objective was proofing the uploading process, and that was done, because the previous objective was the generation process. Now I got the uploading process working well, so as of yesterday. So I'm okay to lollygag a little bit. Because all this is about producing enough space of time where I can take time on, where we can take, my team can take time on getting there. So that's cool. Okay, so I don't normally do Starbucks coffee. I had like one of those like quickie buy ones from Thing. Yeah. I don't wanna though. I don't wanna. Actually, the funny thing is that after we broke yesterday, I stayed up for another like 4 hours, like another 2 or 3 hours streaming, and then another 2 hours like chatting with my roommate about this, that, and these. And then so I didn't get to bed until like I broke at about 2 in the morning. had like tea today. So something that's akin to tea. There's a shit eating right on my face. I'm being a smartass. What type of tea? I'm going to ask that question. What type of tea? Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Peach tea. Peach tea peach tea is always weird to me. Like I'll drink it if it's in front of me, and I will like if it's what's available, I'll drink it without even a question. But peach tea is weird. I don't dislike it. It has a weird flavor to it. Always was. It's just a weird one. And I would drink it and drink it happily if it's what's before me. But it was weird. Yeah, I actually have right now, and I think I finished it. Yeah, I did. Ginger tea is my go-to at the moment, which is also weird. Ah, fair. Yeah, ginger tea is my current one that I have. Fall tea would be cinnamon. Yeah, I said cinnamon right. Yay! Like a lot of people struggle with saying the word cinnamon. I almost screwed it up, but I got it right again. Haha. Cinnamon. Darn it. Cinnamon. Anyway, what happens when I don't overthink things? Let's see. Fall would be cinnamon. Why would fall be cinnamon? I agree. I agree. Like I legitimately agree with this call out. Why would fall be cinnamon? I agree, but I don't know why. This is the association. Did I break everything? No, just the player. Yeah. Like I said, I agree. I don't have a. It's not a like a. I don't understand on a fundamental level. Like I get that. Like I do. I get it. I don't understand on a like the why. Like fall, cinnamon, pumpkins, like cinnamon spice and pumpkin spice. Well, I like the taste, but I like the taste year round. You know, like it's good year round. It's still good. It's still cinnamon. It's still pumpkin. You know. I don't know what happened with the music, but it broke. Close that. There we go. I fixed it. Well, would I call myself picky about tea? I wouldn't actually. I'm a little bit more picky about coffee, but even then it's only a meme, honestly. Like I don't actually care about, about those details. Like and this is true for like if I'm being honest, pretty much everything. Like, do I have preferences? Yes, I do. And I've had this discussion with my roommate. Freaking, he's the connoisseur type. I am absolutely frustrating him on this stuff. I don't like. I have preferences for sure. I have things that I prefer, things that I like more than other things. I like my Merlot wine, for example. I like my specific tea coffees. And it's more of a case by case coffee. Like it's like I won't say all French vanillas, but okay, fine. I won't say all cinnamon whatever. Okay, fine. Or all pumpkin spice or whatever. It's a case by case. But honestly, I drink coffee because I want to drink the coffee, right? I drink the tea because I want to drink the tea. So the details become less relevant to me. I wouldn't say I'm picky, but I do fancy specifically and it's because of Star Trek, but specifically Earl Grey. You know, for my black tea, for my English breakfast tea, as it were. I found myself fancying the ginger tea overall for my kind of chill out tea. Yeah. Yeah, fair. I mean, I would say, well, I mean, there's the English breakfast tea type, which is like, I don't even know, like, it's just super generic and it doesn't mean anything. And it annoys me that it's called that, to be honest, because it's not a specific tea. It's a specific. Although I have to say that one that I've really liked, and I haven't had it in forever. We went to Pike's Market, I think is the term for it, the one that's in Seattle. That's the open air market type thing. And we got, I don't remember what the store was, but we got gunpowder tea. And that gunpowder tea, it tasted weird, but it was really good. It was really good. I need to get around to finding it again and that sort of thing. But again, my default ends up being Earl Grey, because again, I know that tea. You know, I know what I'm looking for on it. Like I said, I really fall in love with the ginger, because it does help. Like with it's ginger, right? So it does help with it with any stomachache. And then what was the other one? I mean, there's the ever cliche of like chamomile and stuff, right? That is where it's at. Mom and pop shops. The only problem is that you can't like recommend it to somebody who's across the country, unless you want to ruin your mom and pop shop. Let's see. What am I looking for? I just saw something that caught my attention. I don't know what it was. Open the Twitch. I mean, it's one of those weird parts where it's like, yeah, like on one hand, you want to see them do well, and they want to see them do well. But if they get too popular, in a weird sense, they end up losing their luster. And this is true for everything, honestly. Which is annoying, to say the least. Because, like, you want the people to do well, because they did well by you. And they, of course, want to do well, because they did well by you. But if you make them too popular or help them get too popular, they lose that thing that made them the thing. And it's true. It's kind of true in anything. Like, I was actually, weirdly enough, I was thinking about this particular problem, like at the start of this stream, like earlier in the stream, when you and I started chatting. Or actually, I just thought about it a while ago when I was chatting with Y3 there, who you've encountered. Where it's like, if we ever get the traction, right? And I like look at some groups that I've been watching with long enough that I saw them go from, a few thousand sort of followers or whatever to like the viral levels, right? If that happens. And I'm not saying I'm holding my breath, and I'm not counting that, because unfortunately I don't have the luxury of doing so. I wish I did, honestly, but I don't. But if that were the case, then the ability to have conversations like this become more difficult. Notice I said difficult and not impossible. Which means that I end up in a space where to do the thing I want to do, I can't do the thing that I must do. It's a catch-22, and I can't win that. Because if you want to reach out to people, you have to reach out to people. If you reach out to too many people, you can't do the thing that you want to do, which is have earnest, honest conversations. except if you minister it in the right manner. But at this stage, I don't think I'm able to do so. And I could just be being harsh on myself, but because I wasn't able to make something occur with concerted effort over a course of 6 months, right? Where it would pay for itself. But that is a different problem. That's more just a... We all have our doubts. And I am definitely not immune to those doubts myself. I had a conversation I had with somebody, this gal that I'd met in LA quite some time ago. We don't associate it anymore after what happened in San Francisco, but that's a story. That is a story, but yeah, that's the only way it can be sometimes. I mean, it's the way it must be, effectively. Like I said before, if we don't, then we end up becoming like this person I'm talking about. But yeah, the conversation with her was basically about the one that I was talking about was basically about the pretenders syndrome or whatever, the whatever, the one that's the you know, you're like you're convinced that you're a fraud, and you assume that everyone else sees you as such too. Or even if you don't think other people do, you think they should. And my consolation for her at that moment was simply, well, yes, that's how it is. Like, that's for everybody. You know, we're if we're being honest, that the people that are the most, that appear to be the most sure of themselves, are only effectively acting sure of themselves because they have to in the situation they find themselves in. Like, I'll do that. There's a lot of things where it's like, I'm sure I have to act sure of myself. Yeah, no, that's ultimately, and that's a good point. It's ultimately what it comes down to. Is that for those sort of circumstances, it is just sit and breathe. And if something rubs you the wrong way, or if it's that sort of thing, is just take the moment to consider it for what it is. Not how you would, and this is borrowing from my old man again, not how you would have it be, but how it is. Man, I miss it. That just accidentally hit a heart chord, a heartstring. The music's not helping either, in a good way. Considering that the name of this particular tune, apparently, and I think it's actually on the screen there, yeah, is Childlike Memories, if I read that, or Childhood Memories. Gosh darn it. Madia, I'm not familiar with this particular reference. The idea sounds familiar, but the name's not ringing a bell. Alright, while you're responding, I am actually going to go cheat and get a little bit more alcohol, but only one more glass because then I have to actually go to bed. Oh, from Daily Motion. Okay. Oh, is that a? Oh, if it's a video, I can't.
How many times you done?
I can't because in Daily Motion would be no. All right, I will have to watch that at a later point. But I will. Medea. It's striking. Irrelevant information. Oh, okay. Is this relatively new? Like it's Medea, they're relatively new. I mean, see 2017. Kind of familiar. Two thousand. So no, absolutely is not. Okay. 2006. Okay. As I said before, it does. It's one of those like it strikes as a relatively. It strikes as relatively familiar. If that like legit, it strikes as familiar. It's just not super familiar. But then again, that could be why 2006. Because 2006 for me a marker of, you know, joining the military. So it's kind of it's an important year for me, but for all the reasons why I wouldn't be paying attention to the world at large. So I was kind of focused on actually I was focused on the trying to better myself for the sake of my friends, and failing miserably it would turn out. But that's okay. That's a different story entirely. Hopefully this group of friends will stick around. Well, I mean, sometimes we succeed at our goals, sometimes we don't. And my particular part of the story, without going into insane details, because again, this is a story that I've told and retold and retold and retold and retold to many people over the course of my travels. But the gist of the story is that I went to the Marines. I'd been living with a bunch of my friends from high school. Again, I was 20, right? Living with a bunch of my friends from high school, and we added somebody else on that was a 26-year-old, unironically, to kind of help shore up the values. Well, I mean, let's put it this way. And I can say this because I'm in my late 30s now, so I can say this to a 26-year-old. 26-year-olds don't really have it all together, or even have it together at all. Like, and they never, at least from my experience of this current generational sort of age-wise type, they don't. It's not just you; it's the nature of the age in the current era. Well, there I was at 20, dealing with a 26-year-old, or 19 and 20 to 21, dealing with a 26-year-old, thinking the 26-year-old has it all together with a bag of chips, like they have everything lined up. By that point in time, and my expectation of myself, again, this is from my 19, 20-year-old self, is that by the time that I was 26, I assumed that I would have everything together, and I assumed that in engaging with a 26-year-old, they absolutely must have everything together. Oh, how I was wrong. So, flash forward, I went to boot camp 3 months, right? Well, what I'm kind of getting at with that one is that there's the assumption that it's worse now than it was then for the 26-year-old, and this is again 2006 era, right? And it's not necessarily. It's not just not. Especially 2000 by 2006, you already had the effective collapse of the subprime lending issue that occurred that led to the 2009 situation. Or 2009, 2010. No, I'm sorry. It's 2000. I think it's the housing collapse that was a little bit later. But you already had some of the bubble collapses. So you already had where the valuation and like getting yourself established was a tall order by that point in time. Let alone from where this guy was coming from. So I was able to, generally speaking, just by sheer strength of my personality, apparently keep him under control and prevent him from doing really, really stupid things, like bringing drugs into the house. Like, it was my rule was the authority, like, for some reason. So here I am as the 20-year-old telling with like, I'm like looking up at the 26-year-old, but I'm also commanding him, which is a weird, in hindsight, dichotomy. Because I was kind of afraid of the fellow. And I should have been, but I also wasn't afraid of him at the same time because it was my house, you know. Same flash forward to the modern day, it's my chair. I mean, there's still a thing. And also I was eating bologna sandwiches and ramen before they were cool. Because ramen was cool before they were cool, as a result of the situation. Well, no, that's just how it was though. Like when you're in your early 20s, like that's what you eat. It's bologna sandwiches and ramen. Like that's how this works. You're in your 20s. Like this is normal. Like, your early 20s, yeah, if you're on your own, man, you just gotta get by with what you gotta get by with. Like I have no compassion for that line of thinking of being a big deal because like that's how it is when you're in your early 20s. Like straight off, you're hand to mouth. You're working at a freaking Subway restaurant, calling yourself a sandwich artist because it makes you feel better. You're only working part time because that's all the time they got for you. Like I'm sorry, but. Oh, it's fair. It's one of those ones where I am talking kind of a bit out of both sides of my mouth on this. On one hand, it's like that's just how it is. Back in my day, we walked to school in the snow uphill both ways. I'm talking about this is the stats I'm looking at. But for the practical applications, oh, it sucks. But it also sucks in a similar way that it has sucked before. Now, I'm not saying it's not worse in many ways, but I'm also saying that when we talk about when you're in your early 20s and you're just trying to establish yourself, like you tighten your belt because those are lean years and they should be lean years. Like it's the sort of thing where the expectation is that you should be effectively starving for a little bit of time. You have to suffer in your early 20s because if you don't understand what you're holding at bay by not having that happen, you know, by getting the better job, by getting the promotion, by fighting for better wages for yourself. Like effectively you have to fight for it because if you don't fight for it, you have no value to it. I'm not saying I like it this way. That's not a claim of a evaluation call of saying, "Oh, this is good," as a meta thing. But this is how it is. Ooh. Well, you're okay about the years. Well, and then as a kid, and see, that's a different framing. As a kid, that's fair. The rules are different from that. I'm not talking about from the childhood perspective because I wasn't a child in those years. So to be fair, from the child's perspective, it is far more prudish because the child should not be so affected. So I will give you that. Like no questions there. Oh, it's Thundarus. Hey, Thundarus. You are fine for discussing the things that are on your mind there. Oh, anime witch. I use the handles that are in front of me. I know you have the Vixie and Ruby name too, but I use the handles that are in front of me because that's how the best way for me to make it make sense and make it work out is to use the same between the things. But yeah, no. You got nothing to ramble. No. You got nothing to apologize for. Again, I'm a rambler too. If you hadn't realized this, I'm cool with it. I don't care. And I gladly engage. I just may need more wine to fuel the conversation. Well, everything, Thundarus, everything. We were just talking about, we were just kind of going back and forth and just kind of developing the conversation. We ended up speaking about, somehow we got talking about the recession in 2008-ish, because we were talking about, okay, so there was just general life kind of topic top stuff, and there's this bring up here of Medea, and Medea has a quote there of saying people are like leaves, branches, and roots, which there was referring to, which in turn was what we were talking about overall. We were actually talking about teas earlier for some odd reason. I don't know, how did this jump? Oh, so we went from teas, and then we went from the ramification of tea, because tea ties into some of my personal history stuff, weirdly enough, and then into the Medea said it best about the people being parts of a tree, which is again valid and fair and true. And then the first part was in 2006, and so that made me go, huh. I encountered this maybe in some extension, but I wasn't quite sure. And then we went from there because we were talking about like the thing. Well, it's one of those things. Call me whatever you want, but don't call me the kitchen sink. Tea, like coffee, is love. Tea, like coffee, is life. It is not merely leaf juice. And this is not merely grape juice. It's fermented grape juice. Thank you very much. Yes, we did touch on that. I glossed over out of that as more of a courtesy because it's one of those ones where it gets, I am envious of your mead. Unfortunately, my primary meadery has closed. Which is sad. Yeah, mead is the answer to like the world's problems. Like seriously, I think that if everyone drank more mead, everyone would be a bit happier. I mean, I presume that you've encountered our address, so I'm not going to say no, but I'm also not going to say yes. I do. No, I'd assumed it was your own mead there, Thundarus. You have not. I'll have to think about that. about the address thing. Less in pain because I was told alcohol was. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. No. You're right. You're right for that. I wouldn't say you're wrong for that. I'm saying I know. But you said I had make mead, remember? So you were saying it to me so that Witch would have an understanding, but you're saying remember. So that means you were saying. I stick my tongue out at you. I remember. But mead is honestly the drink. It's fair. It's fair. I'm literally sticking my tongue out at you though. But yeah, no, it's fair. But yeah, no. Mead is the it is the drink. I would say I don't know, and this is something I'd have to kind of muse for. Thunderous might have a good beat on it. When we talk about mead in regards to like the level of alcohol ratio in it compared to historical mead, because I know that wine was like lower alcohol content. Well, there's your peach that we were talking about earlier. Oh, you're missing out. You should go out of your way. Like honestly, I know it's weird to say, like, but you should go out of your way for mead. Like, it is, yeah. That's fair. Well, and honestly, I do need to cut it off here. Once I finish this glass of wine, I'm gonna have to cut it because I got to sleep because I have work in the morning, and work is at 8, which is 7 hours from now. Well, 7.5 hours, but you know. Well, that's a between the two of you problem. Like, if you want to work that out, that's you both are on the I have said that in the past. I also said the body is willing, but the mind is willing, but the body is weak. And the body is indeed weak. I am a human being, unfortunately or fortunately. I'm still on the fence on if it's fortunate or not. I'm going to say fortunately just for the sake of argument. But in this context, there are requirements, unfortunately, of being a human being, and that does require some elements of sleep. I can stay up for a very long time. But should I stay up for a very long time is the question that my slightly older bones are reminding me of. As it is, I will probably get about 4 hours of sleep tonight. And then probably roll over for another hour or two. But that's the amount of sleep that I'm going to get tonight. See, this is the consequence of it. Now, if we had made... Oh, you know what? Hey, completely random thought or random question there, Thundaris. Because unfortunately, I haven't been able to really watch your streams in a hot minute because I've been kind of busy with my own schedules and all that. But I know that you were working on going for affiliate. How are you doing on that? Did you manage to cross that line? You still, because I know you got your 50. But did you get your, I think it's you were missing the average, or were you missing because I know you got your 50 followers, but I know you were missing something. I think it was probably the average, but I could be wrong. Anyway, did you get it yet? You still working on it? You don't cross that line yet? Oh, views. Okay, yeah. Like the average viewers one. Like that one. That was the one that I'm like, that is a, and part of my language, that's a fucking bitch that. Cheers. And the average viewer ones, that's the one that is the killer thing is like, when looking at those numbers of like trying to get to the path to affiliate ones, is that like, it's like you have to have that it seems like a small number, right? I think it was viewers. I could look at it. I'm gonna look at it because I brought it up. It's my fault, so I have to look at it. Three views. Yeah, 3 viewers, average 3 viewers. Yeah, the average of 3 viewers. Yeah, that's diabolical. Mother of Pearl, ruin our perfectly good. I hate these people. Now I gotta go over to the Discord, delete it, and I can't even be bothered to do the other one. Yeah, that was it. Was one of those ones where when I was first starting doing the stuff, I was like, that's funny. Yay! I have the attention of bots. Woo! And then they stopped showing up for a minute, and I'm like, yay! They stopped showing up. But does that mean that I'm not important enough for them anymore? I mean, okay, fine, that's whatever. I don't really care. And then they started to. I think Y3, one of the regulars here, the other regular, we're starting to get regulars. Woot. Who was saying that they apparently Twitch lightened their restrictions for bottery stuff. Like they were doing it, they really cinched it down, but then they lightened it back up. Yeah, and so back to the original line of thinking. Yeah, the average viewer part. That is a damn good question. Anaris, do you have a website for your metery stuff? That is a damn good question. I didn't even think about that, and I'm freaking curating a website on game stuff. Ah man, I cannot believe I didn't think about asking that question. I feel so stupid. Oh my goodness. Oh geez. Like I stuck. Oh, okay. That's fair. Line, like, I don't know what we might want to, like, how that ideation would work, but yeah. Huh. Also, can you assure me that I won't go blind for drinking your mead? Or that we won't, because Div would be drinking it too. Yeah, but you're over where you're at, so that licensing is probably going to be a bear, I would think. Oh yeah, no, I know. We've discussed about it before. That's why when you brought it up, I'm like, yeah, it's not a terrible idea. I'm just surprised that you haven't had that information hadn't been conveyed. Although, it's fair, but yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you're saying that you haven't had mead before, and I'm just like seriously though, you. Man, at one point in time, oh, it makes me so sad. We're gonna need to get back to the flying gig again, just cause. Well, just to catch up the story, right? So there's the map that has all the little, like, and you can't see them. But the map that's got all the dots, right? And you can't see the dots, but those dots are places I've been. Like the previous gig I had about 5 years of time, and it fell apart for reasons. Doesn't matter for the particular context to it. But I was flying around the United States installing computers at hotels. So I've been, you know, that Johnny Cash song, I've been everywhere, man. Like, so at one point in time when someone's like, well, yeah, if you're ever in Cali, in Texas, in Georgia, in Washington, in et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, in Louisiana, yeah, I mean, like, I've actually there was a really good restaurant I stopped with a buddy of mine, well, former buddy of mine, because things fell off from that point. But anyway, in New Orleans, right? You know, but the thing is that, so like I've been like, you know, pretty much most of the states in the U.S. with a specific exception, and it might have been driving through in some cases, to be fair, but the only exception would be Hawaii. So I haven't been to Hawaii, but I've been to pretty much the lower 48 and Alaska, as well as Puerto Rico. Well, I'm gonna say that people suck everywhere. That's not unique to Cali. There are other parts about Cali that suck that I'm not gonna touch on, but I'm gonna say that the people sucking part isn't unique to Cali. Isn't unique to Cali at all. People suck. How people are. Wouldn't do it without them, but people suck. Uh, that name sounds familiar. I wonder why that would be the case. I was being facetious. I was absolutely being facetious. I was like, because I'm like, no, I track these things. Again, I will say it outright. I do pay attention to politics. I pay too much attention to politics. I'm far too aware of what things are going on. I have literally information streams of people who do the research on politics and go out of their way to direct me information about politics because I have effectively implicitly told them to do so because I'm part of the groups that have those conversations. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, actually. I do like it. So, totally. So again, I was being facetious. Like it was the I wonder. But we want to get into politics. I'm just gonna. I want to. I really want to, but I'm not sure if this is the proper forum for it. When I say I'm not sure, I'm the one who declares the rules effectively, if it is the proper forum or not. And so it's one of those ones where for football season, I'm probably reading a bit hard between the lines, but I think I know what you mean. I shouldn't laugh, but I don't have much else to do, especially considering the events that occurred declaratively finally yesterday. So I was reading between the wrong lines. Which is fair, but I assumed I was because I'm a one-track mind when we start talking about certain pockets. I don't pay too much attention to the sports ball stuff. I just don't. I have other things that have my attention. You say that, and I kind of go, yeah, I can see why. I haven't really, because again, sports ball problems. But as in, I just don't really care about them. But baseball is definitely a better game. Although I am by merit of where I'm from originally, a foaming at the mouth, diehard Cubs fan. I can't not be. Oh, for any game, yes, Thundaris. Yes, very much so. I actually do. I don't know why, but I do. Again, I'm originally from Illinois, Chicago explicitly. So it's one of those, it's close enough and in the area enough that I can envision it. And I can echo it because of the responses between, well, I brought up the Cubs, the Sox, as well as between the Bears and the fucking Cheeseheads. I mean, what? Did I just swear casually because I have vitriol hate against Green Bay Packers? Like, what do you want from me? Talk about bloodbath rivalries. Like that one's a like to the bone. I don't even know why. I had one work site when I was doing the flying gig where I was in Green Bay. And then just because just answering your inquiry, your specific inquiry there. Oop. All right, let's see. Top popping head. Oh. Just fair disclaimer. One of those ones of like, just so people don't get the idea that it's not without prior and appreciated consideration. Like we're already good. We established that was good, so it's good. Because a lot of folks, you know, it's just it's a habit of people who, oh, they're already. Why did they? Because I decided to. Because there's a circle of people that are known, and there's a circle of people that are not known. So you're known, you're not known. The known ones can do the things the not known ones can do. That's how this works. I mean, I would be accused of being showing favoritism because I have discretion over the people who I allow to. Anyway, different description. So I'm still pissy about what happened the other day. Like what happened the other day was just you don't come to a server and do an mention to the admins and go, can I talk to an admin? That's you just don't do it. Oh yeah, you weren't cued in on that. So basically, this fella, probably from I'm coming from another group, whatever, comes in and is like immediately mentions the admin group, which you know it's myself, Div, and Ghost, and going, can I talk to an admin? And it's like I respond and I say, hey, you know, if you read that there are the rules there for the reason. Because it doesn't say don't mention the admins, but it does say in Rule 6 that you don't, you know, that you don't randomly try and get the attention of the admins unless it's for an emergent sort of circumstance. Something's wrong with the server, we need to fix it. Please, you know, respect those bounds. So they violated the spirit of Rule 6, just de facto. So I pointed out, say, you're not violating the rule, the word of the rule, but you're violating the spirit of the rule. Please don't do that. So look at the rules, know the rules. You should know that you're violating them because I assume that you're smart. So you didn't read the rules, but I'm assuming the best out of you. And I probably should have phrased it that way in hindsight, but it is what it is. And then I went on and I said, hey, if you're trying to sell something, either put it in the art portfolio commissions section, or put it in to share your socials here if it's of that type. I said, that's, and I said, this is where you do this sort of things. And they got pissy at me, and they try and rule lawyers me. Now, again, I'm the arbiter of the rules. I hate to say it this way, but this is my Discord server, right? I'm not being a dick. I'm saying we put rules out there, follow the rules, follow the spirit of the rules, be smart about it. And if you want to try and get the attention of the admins, you first have to at least put your information in following the rules, doing the introductions part, right? At least. It's all common sense. It's all, if you want our attention, you should probably get to know us first so we can get to know you. Like, if you're trying to do an introductory statement saying, hey, I want to try and do a cross collaboration, you don't just kick the door down and say, I want to talk to the leader, like you're a freaking extraterrestrial alien, bring me to your leader sort of thing. No, you get to know the people and they get to know you, and then you go, hey, so I've got this thing that I'm looking at. Are you, maybe you might be interested in it. Put that in your intro, right? You put that in introductions. There's a place for that. Not, well, I need to talk to an admin. Okay, Karen, go away, because we don't need to talk to you. So we play around for a bit. Pardon my joking name thing. That was actually kind of mean. I hate the fact that it's Karen. Anyway, different thing. I don't like it. It's uncouth, It'd be like saying that. Anyway, then again, I did different thing. So the point that I'm trying to get at here with this is that fella pops up and does that, and then I play with him. Oh, sorry for the microphone touch. I play with him for a while, for probably 20 minutes, and Div is literally telling me, just kick him, and then eventually Div's like, let me kick him, because I wasn't going to. I was like, I'm just gonna play with him, and eventually I'm like, all right, Div, you can go ahead and do so, because I didn't really care. He got in troll. Well, Div, bless his heart, Div banned him. Didn't just kick him, but banned him and accidentally deleted all the content of what the guy had said. So I had to go and delete all of my response posts because, I'm basically poking somebody in the eye saying go more insane because he's already insane. And so during the process of it, the hilarious part about this, I think it's funny to me at this point in time, but during the process, this dude decides to mention the admins and the moderators saying, do you see how crazy this guy is? And mind you, again, the admins and the moderators are all people who I've handpicked. They all know who I am, and only one of them haven't met me in person. One of them is literally my brother. We're just pointing that out. So, and everyone that's in that group know me personally, probably more than they would like to. If I'm being honest. So they know the sort of crazy they're dealing with. And the thing is that honestly, like I said, Div was, and if Ghost was on at the time, and if Raul was on at the time, the other moderator, right? If they were on, they legitimately speaking would, and Div was, again, literally saying to me, let me kick him. Let me kick him. How do you know Div? That's why I'm bringing him up as a point of reference. You know how he is. But yeah, that one guy, it was just like, bro, what are you thinking here? You come into my house and you demand my attention. You didn't ask. You said, can I talk to a moderator? There's a question mark, but just because you put a question mark at the end of it doesn't mean it's a courteous question. It's a demand. Can I talk to an admin? That's what it actually did. Can I talk to an admin? You don't do that and expect to get the proper what you're looking for answer. So I engaged with this fella. I did. I talked to him. And it was funny. It came down to the conversation as he's rambling. I'm like, so are you done? Because I did give you what you want. He's like, you didn't give me what I wanted. You asked me literally if you could talk to an admin. I'm talking with you. You didn't tell me about what. You didn't tell me how. You didn't tell me in what tenor we were going to talk. Just that you wanted to talk to me. You're talking to me. It's not how you wanted it to be, sure. But that's because you didn't define in what manner that we were to talk. Sorry, but that's how that goes. If you come to me and I'm just kidding, honestly, I just got home from work because it's literally where I saw this. Oh yeah, no, you were cool. You were cool. Like I said, you were completely fine. You were copacetic. Like it was nothing to do. Like you followed the right path. Like you came in, you saw stuff, you said, "Oh, that's cool. Here's this thing," and you define, like I said before, the proper way to do these things is initial introduction stuff. You come in, you say, "This is who I am. This is what I'm about. This is what I see. This is cool." A specific person that's a point of contact that's there, obviously. Let me, as opposed to shotgunning out to, "Oh well, admins, I want to talk to you." Well, pardon my language. Who the fuck do you think you are? Like, that you own the place? You own your own server, and I don't know how big a server or small server was, and I don't care. You came into my place as though you owned my place. Well, I flipped the chair on him. Without naming the names in the open context, did you speak to myself or Ghost about it? And if you could drop a line, if you haven't, then if you have, don't worry about it. If it's already solved, don't worry about it. But if you haven't, then we do need to be aware of that. That's fucked, and that's not what the purpose of that server is. You got it taken care of. Okay, cool beans. Just making sure, because I'm admin on that server as well, so it's one of those ones of like, we take, like, Ghost, myself, and Div take this crap seriously. Oh, okay, good to go. Yeah, roger that. Understand. I knew it was, but I wasn't sure if it gotten handled. So I just wanted to make sure rather than assume. It is better to verify than to assume, of course. But yeah, no, the three of us being in the admin on 3 separate servers together, like, we take the stuff pretty seriously. Like, you know, if someone's violating the linkage there, it's like, don't do it. You know, please don't do it. Like, I'll give that one fella that was in general that did it a little bit of points for the fact that he opened it up in general rather than directly messaging one of the 3 of us. But it was in violation of the notion, because again, it's an open. Well, I need to talk to an admin, like right now. Well, no, you don't. Like I said before, I was coming. Like I was saying, I was coming. I just got home from work. Right, I literally just got home and I looked at it. I'm like, "Oh, hey, look." And it's like, well, what do you want? Now, what he's probably expecting is like a direct message in response, but I'm like, no, look at the rules. Look at the rules. Look at the places where this stuff's supposed to happen. And it turns out what he's trying to sell us, this is the bottom line, like, just to answer your question. It turns out what he's trying to sell us is he's trying to sell us a, quote, mutual kind of exchange or a mutual connection point between the two. Now, I've dealt with assholes like this before who think that whatever their following is means that I have to bat an eye at it because they want, like, because they have the clout or the power or whatever, that I have to agree with what they're putting down on the table on. And it's like, no, we don't. Fuck you, in fact. Go away. I will not deal with terrorists, and that sort of thing, proposing it in that manner, trying to hold us hostage in a manner of speaking, because what happens if I don't agree with your terms? You're going to come to the server and you've already shown a flagrant disregard for the rule set of common sense, as we were talking about earlier, of decorum. Like, if you're not going to respect decorum when you're making your first contact, how can I expect you to ever respect decorum? Like, no, you're not good people at that point in time. Oh, nice. So you might actually be getting in that field. That's cool. Although, let's see, because I had to try it for a moment because I was reading the thing about CrowdStrike there from Ghost. But firstly, Benares, no. May you not need luck in this situation. May you be beyond luck in the situation. Nonetheless, good luck. Furthermore, may you not need that luck. May your skill and guile lead you through that. And failing that, may Providence bring you through. But none of this luck. Now, if you need it, may you have it, though. No, he did not. We've been excessively busy. With other plans. But yeah, no, he has not. Alright. Let's see. South with old-fashioned manners, so I was raised around well a switch. Yeah, switches, I didn't, like my own rearing, I wasn't brought with a switch in hand, because basically my mom didn't want to see that sort of thing. In fact, she took the belt away from my dad, but there were residual sort of like learnings that were there, for sure. I'll have to look at that later. Yeah, so there was always the concern kind of there with regards to the corporal punishment. In fact, actually, it didn't come to head until a certain point where I was in my teens, and I backtalked my mom, and my dad was infirm, but he was still living with us at that point, or kind of like they were trying to rebuild a relationship or whatever. And next thing I know, I backtalked her, and she said the phrase of I brought you in this world naked, I can take you out of it I'd take you out of it that way. Thing is, I wasn't going to back down because at that point in time, her threat wasn't credible. She was in relatively poor physical health, and I was in pretty good physical health. So it was the consequence of like, prove it. So she grabbed me by the back. She put me in it was a half Nelson or whatever. But she grabbed me by the back head, like, and the thing is, I wasn't expecting her to actually do this, so she caught me unawares. So she got my head underneath her shoulder. Oh wow. Then that would have been perfect for our target. Too bad that credit's overall kind of bad, and that the failures of. Anyway, that's a different story entirely. So anyway, so back to the story. So she grabbed my head and put my head underneath her arm, and I hear rapid thudding. Oh well, don't we all? Don't we all? But yeah, so thud, and then I started getting pummeled in my side by my father. Now, he didn't know what was going on, but he knew that I had been back talking my mother, and he knew that things got heated and that there was violence happening. So he comes out and starts beating the shit out of me. Now, that lasted for a brief moment, like a brief moment. At that point in time, the grip on my head was loosened enough where I wasn't fighting, and I pushed myself back, and I stood up, and I put my arms up, and I'm just like, I'm gonna go to my room and think about what I've done. Because even though I was being a whelp in the moment, the overarching lessons had been learned already. which is to say, there are lines that should not be crossed, and I purposely crossed the line, and I shouldn't have been. I was playing stupid games, right? My dad was an old Southerner himself originally, so it was the sort of thing where it was like, yeah, I screwed up here. And I learned a lesson. So let's see to the things at hand. 300 acres. That. I don't know, man. I don't know how any of that plays out. There are holes that fell through, things that need to make sense. Yeah, play stupid games, win super prizes. And I will say that ye old anime witch, you are indeed delightful to engage with, and notably, perhaps polite to a fault. And that's said with a great degree of appreciation. So, take another stranger's compliment. Enjoy the stranger's compliment. Sticks tongue out. So, all right. Context, which I'm more than willing to give the context there. So the overarching thing with the website and all that is that the builds, primarily the ones that are from Ghost, are the pictures and all the thematics there are all related to something called Rayak, which is the universe that Ghost has built around. Well, note how earlier I mentioned about a chronicle? No, not chronicle. A module that Ghost and us, Ghost primarily is running it, but that we're developing. And so the goal is to take that module and then in turn do a test game of it. And we've got like a bazillion builds, group builds that have been built for that test game. And so we've been kind of tarrying on getting it started for reasons, scheduling reasons mostly. It's one of those things that's hard to get people together for timings and stuff. And people have been very, very busy for various reasons over time. Now, I say that to go into this is that we've waived off of using 5th edition officially. Problem is that the module is developed in 5th edition. And the characters for the builds are developed in 5th edition. Ghost has finally come around to my way of thinking on it on his own accord, not my attempt, on his own accord, to move away from 5th edition. It could be fun. It will be fun if we ever get to doing it. And unfortunately, as much as I am, shall we say, the taskmaster and I beat the drum that the lot marches to, we're all a bunch of mavericks is the word I would want to use at the moment. We all do our own damn thing. And especially my good friend, honestly, my best friend there at this stage, Ghost. Now, see, to walk that back, the why not 5e, honestly, in a word, politics, and their choices in regards to various elements. Ghost isn't a fan of it because of certain things that they have chosen to prioritize and deprioritize. And it's just kind of an aggregate over time. So he wants to walk away from anything related to 5th ed. And Enemy Witch, that actually gets back to where we're looking at with it, which is to kind of rotate it back to 3.5. Now, the overall, shall we say, chamber of direction that was intended, just kind of to walk that a little bit further out, is to go from 5th ed, you'll notice that we have a tendency of doing things with that are wheels within wheels. So we do this thing to lead to this thing to lead to that thing. It's just how it ends up operationally working out. We're overly complicated thinkers, is what it amounts to. So the general point of going with 5th ed, and specifically a Ravenloft model in 5th ed, module in 5th ed, was, for one thing, we're generally passionate about Ravenloft too. We like Ravenloft, and specifically Strahd. And I say we plural in this because I do actually mean we plural. Like myself and Ghost are. Strahd is awesome. Playing with Strahd, playing with the ideas of Strahd, playing with Ravenloft and the ideas of Ravenloft is awesome. I believe Dave is in the same category with it too. If you'd let me finish what I'm saying there, buddy. No, you're good. So the way that we go from here is that we end up in a space where we want to go with 5th ed because we want to create a channel. I didn't finish the line of thinking I was saying for that, by the way. We want to go with a channel to go down to bring people into the core material, and the core material actually is in 3.5. Now, here's the thing: is that 3.5 is actually D20 in application. So we're talking the, like you said, the OGL, the Open Games License application of 3.5. The problem with 5th is that it's been, because even though it's OGL, it's been tampered with as a direct result of what WotC has done. So the general thing is that we're already familiar with 3.5. 3.5 is a better, more coherent system all in all that hasn't been tampered with by. So it's not necessarily WotC in perpetuum. It's WotC in the modern day that's the problem. So 3.5 is respectable. I'm not good. The path there is pretty much laid out. So 3.5 is pretty much respectable. Like this isn't up to discussion thing. This is what we're doing. So 3.5 being the respectable system that is, that we already have a lot of stuff built around, is where we end up going towards. I don't care. Is the system that we're building around. So the problem with that, on an aside, the problem with Paizo and Pathfinder is they've done a similar thing as WotC as a whole. So rather than getting involved in that entire nuanced BS that's unnecessary, the general statement is we'll use 3.5, eventually using 3.5 via OGL to produce our own system in eventuality. For the time being, though, because 3.5 is already a strong architecture for what we're aiming for, 3.5 is what we're going for. So to kind of walk back that a little bit, Emmy, which as Thunderous makes the point of saying, is that that Pathfinder is effectively a branch off of 3.5. There's a bit of complexity there that ends up happening, that you have some of the developers of 3.5 that didn't like where WotC was going back in the day, and they move off into making their own in Pathfinder. Well, now they've moved off into another system off of that to move themselves away from the 3.5 base, because they want to be even more removed from WotC and the OGL. They want to be away from that, so they have their own licensing considerations, all of that. Effectively, things are unnecessarily complicated because people have made things unnecessarily complicated. So hopefully that helps the understanding. So yeah, the gist is that as said before, we've got a lot of the developed content around. We do have a bunch of Pathfinder 1E stuff that's in the wings as well, and we've developed them that are they're ready to deploy for this, but I don't want to push the team too hard like we have historically. So we'll get to the Pathfinder 1E stuff when we get to it. Okay, thank you for verifying. So we get to the Pathfinder 1E stuff. We've developed a bunch of Pathfinder 1E stuff, but ultimately the system of choice for what the universe, what the React universe was built in, is 3.5. So it's just easier to try and pull from 3.5. Then, so the reason why we were doing the module in 5th and aiming at 5th was to do it kind of as a, and pardon my silliness, but babies first. I don't care about anything about Critical Role, but okay. Yeah, Critical Role doesn't matter to me. It's one of those ones where, should it matter to me? Arguably, yes. But I am not one to follow other people's paths. Ever. To my own detriment. Like I was actually saying it way earlier in the conversation. Way earlier in the conversation. Look, I was a hipster before it was hip. So it's the sort of thing where it's like, I watched anime before it was popular. I watched, I did this thing before it was popular. I don't like referring to Critical Role and going, well, they made their own system. I actually do not. I am aware, but I do not care. I don't. It's good for them. Like I understand that there's stupid things that happen there, and that's a different. Like I don't actually care, and I'm not trying to be an ass. It's just one of those like I don't see the point of caring about what Critical Role is doing. I'm not modeling what I'm doing after Critical Role. Sorry again for beating the dead horse. But yeah, so back to the overarching concept here that ends up. So basically, what the goal is basically take, and this goes back to what we were talking about way hours and hours and hours ago, is that we want to build a module and then like series of modules that are based around the buildings of the setting of Rayak. And it's a really cool nuanced setting that Ghost and his crew have built up over time. Huh? No, you're okay. No. We were talking specifically different systems in a specific context. So that's why there's a bottom line there that says 3.5 is what we're aiming at right now. And I know there's the delay in conversation too, so sorry for being a little. Now I'm being a little bit pushy, but that's because I'm starting, like I said, to get tired. Yeah. I think I should do the same actually. So before I make a fool of myself, or any more of a fool of myself than I am, it has been a pleasure, as always, and I am going to call it here because I just realized it's 4.5 hours. It's 1:22 in the morning, and I have work in like 6 hours, 5 hours. I have to be up in like 4 hours. Oh, I hate everything, but I did this to myself. So here's all.